Hello everybody and welcome back to Dark Souls 2. It took a bit longer than I originally planned to get online today, but here we are. I hope you have a great evening, morning, day, wherever you are, and hopefully you'll enjoy getting back into Dark Souls 2. So, where did we actually leave off? I need to get my bearings real quick, so I think... Was there something else that I wanted to do is now the question. So I remember that we did No Man's Wharf, basically the entire thing. We lit up all the lamps that were there, we got all the items, we met all the NPCs. As far as I know, there were a couple of weird things with that, like spinny wooden thing that for some reason seemed to hold an item underwater, but there was no real way to get into it, so that was a bit weird. And then there was the dude on the pier who was just sitting there, and I suspected that he might be the sorcerer teacher, but I talked to him and I wasn't quite sure if maybe my stats just weren't up to par for what he needs them to be, right? I only have 6 intelligence, so I'm not entirely certain whether or not he wanted me to be on another level there. I don't really know. Having said that though, I stopped right at what I suspected was the end boss. What's this message here? Hurrah for Boulder. Yeah, nice. Huh. So yeah, I stopped, so I rang the bell, the ship lit up with its ghost flames and came into the harbor, and I suspected that below deck, that very much looked like a boss room. So that might be a way to continue. The only thing that I'm thinking about now, so I don't think that there was necessarily anything else that I wanted to do. I wanted desperately to try out the cracked blue eye orbs, but every time that I looked into my menu, I couldn't use them. I'm not entirely sure why. I suspected it was because, I mean, they apparently exist so that you can punish people who have invaded other people. At least that's what I understood from its item description. Now, having said that, I guess the issue would be that maybe those people just didn't exist when I played, or I'd imagine that there technically must be somebody close or in that particular region who has also killed somebody for me to be able to then go into their world and defeat them. It's a bit unfortunate because you might want to rank up this particular covenant, and it seems to be fairly difficult to do. Although on the other hand, maybe I'm just missing something. That might also be the case. One thing that I did do, I think if I look back on, cross-region play allowed. So, yeah. Absolutely no idea what that's about or why I wasn't able to use that. Also, I still have 2,500 souls, considering that I want to go to what I think is a boss. I probably just want to buy some other stuff. The question being what? Technically, I could just get this. Let's just buy this, in case I might learn how to actually use sorceries. Elementary sorcery. It fires a small soul arrow straight ahead. To use sorceries, attune the sorcery at a bonfire and equip a staff. Yeah. So, this thing, being one of the most basic spells, I'd imagine, needs 10 intelligence, which I suspect is the stat that you might need in order to talk to that dude on the pier. Obviously, I don't know. So, yeah, no idea. I don't necessarily want to level up intelligence to 10 without really knowing if that's what's going on. But, well, if I don't try, how would I ever know, right? And, other than that, well, I could also buy a couple of human effigies. And I have 14, and these don't go anywhere, so I could always buy them if I we'll need them at some point. Let's just get this, just so that I have it. I don't know what else to do with these souls anyway. And then I'll just buy a couple more life gems. Don't think that I necessarily need those either. And that's also just quickly... Right. Right. I thought that I found another one. Oh, right, now I remember. The thing that I did at the very, very end of my last stream, I think, was that I went back to the in-between path between Heights Tower and No Man's Wharf. And I found another branch of Yor, which made me able to get rid of the statue that was still there. And I think that's where I found the shard, right? And I don't have any other one. Okay. And I think there wasn't anything beyond that. There was like a weird elephant dude where the statue was. I might just... Do I quickly want to go back there? Just to double check. Because I did it at the very end of the last stream. It's actually not been that long. What do we have? Today's Monday, right? And I streamed Dark Souls 2 last time on Thursday. Yeah, I actually wanted to go back to it yesterday, but there's just a bit IRL stuff that I need to figure out. And unfortunately, because of that, I couldn't stream as much Dark Souls as I wanted to. But now we're back, and hopefully... Well, this isn't going to be too long of a session, but... hopefully it'll be fine. Why would you be mean to me? Why? Have I missed something, like, really obvious? Or, Oh. Timing's sometimes so weird. Don't really know. I mean, if I don't get to know why, then that's... Well, wouldn't that be kind of mean? Yeah, I don't think that I missed anything here. Oh, right. Other than this door, which I think I need something else to activate it. I guess if there's going to be nothing else here, then I'll just continue on with the level, which I wanted to do originally anyway. So I suspected that the ghost ship probably leads to another level as well, but it does appear to have some sort of boss fight below deck. And maybe I'd also... Alright, let me check. These dudes are probably still gonna fire at me? Yeah. Let's see. I mean, this shouldn't be too difficult. Just a bit annoying, as I suspected. For some reason, he's still going to hit me. Anybody running? Oh, well. Yeah. One thing that I'm, well, not necessarily struggling with, but that I always kind of underestimate is how long it just takes to get your shield up. I don't know, for some reason I always think that should be a bit quicker. I mean, this way it's obviously a bit more difficult. Just doesn't feel that great. Seriously.
I see light, but it remains dim.
What? Did you see that guy in the background there?
I've no interest in the magic impaired.
He just made a very weird... Well, let's just say he didn't walk properly. And he's still not talking to me, so I suspect that... Well, let's just try getting rid of whatever is waiting for me on the ship. And then maybe he'll talk to me. That was very, very close. And everybody is running after me. Wait. Let's see what's going on here. Flexile Scent? What the hell are you? Are you... What is wrong with you? Oh, he's doing bleeding stuff. Okay, you just look weird. Are you some kind of demon? Or are you, like, a weird human thing? I thought that would have hit me. Is he only doing like one attack every time? Huh. Are the other dudes still running after me? Because last time they did that. Well, that was certainly underwhelming. Oh yeah, well, he isn't really running after me. He seems just slightly confused, standing on the stairs there. Yeah, I did it. Thanks. It's just that, I mean, it's not really difficult. I'm a bit surprised. So the only real, like, actually boss that I fought so far is the Pursuer? And there seems to be quite a few of these, I don't know what you would call them, like, mini-bosses almost? I mean... Well, I have upgraded my weapon quite a bit, but this was just... I mean, he wasn't even really attacking. He was just doing one attack every time and then that's it. I mean, at this point, I'm honestly almost a bit disappointed by the boss design so far. Though, I mean, I don't want to... I guess judge the game too quickly. There's probably still a bunch of stuff left, and I mean, if I sort of suspect correctly that there are a couple of like these mini bosses, intermediate bosses, and then there is like a proper end boss, I guess that would be fine. I just don't really get it. What's the purpose of this thing other than giving you, I guess, a bit of information about the area? Alright, let's see if the soul actually tells us a little bit about what the fuck that thing was supposed to be. Flexile Sentry. Even the name is weird. Let me actually check that. What the fuck is that supposed to mean? Flexor? Is that even a word? I mean, I know flexible, but... Yeah, I mean, generally, the bosses or I would say Dark Souls in general isn't as hard as people hype it up to be. It's a very fair game overall, and especially if you play it, well, I mean, I guess it heavily depends on what stats you level, and it also, you can accidentally make the game much, much harder for yourself the first time through if you don't know what you're doing and you're sort of going for, I guess, more niche stats or something. Yeah, it's a bit unfortunate that it can vary greatly in difficulty depending on what you're doing. But once you've played through one of the FromSoft games, at least you have a basic understanding most of the time how they work. And, well, I mean, in this case, so far at least, I went for a very basic build, just a strength build, because I just didn't really know where else to put my stuff since I hadn't really found any of the vendors that sell you other stuff, like the sorcerer vendor, for example. And I didn't really want to spec into Faith either. So, yeah, but still, I mean, the Dark Souls 1 bosses do feel more challenging, at least in terms of, like, they have higher HP in general, I think, even at the beginning of the game compared to this game. And they also just have more attacks. So usually, bosses tend to punish you for things like I just did, right? I mean, he literally just attacked once. It was very, very easy to read how you can dodge that particular attack, and then that was basically it. Whereas other bosses, I feel like, especially in Dark Souls 1, would have punished you for jumping away for that attack. I mean, I literally ran pretty much almost to the opposite side of the room to heal myself, and he apparently didn't even have any ranged attack. It's just very interesting. So far, yeah, I've defeated 4 bosses, right? I have 4 souls. 3 of them felt very, very similar, like this one, right? The Dragon Rider, well, this one, and the Lost Giant, the first thing that I fought. And all 3 of them were pretty easy. I think I one-shot all 3 of them, and they're very, very basic. They have like one attack pattern mostly, and they're fairly slow. And the Pursuer felt much more like your typical Dark Souls 1 boss, I guess, where he had a couple of attacks depending on the range you were at, and depending on, well, how you were dodging him. He was doing multiple different things. He also punished you for healing at the wrong time. And overall, well, he didn't have a large HP pool, I would say, but he certainly did a lot of damage. So, yeah. I mean, that's also why I needed a couple of attempts for the Pursuer. But, I'm just slightly confused as to why they decided to, well, change the bosses up this way. Especially since in these earlier levels, I also feel like the basic enemies are just easier. There also hasn't really been your sort of, I guess, additional challenge off the beaten path, which happened quite a lot in Dark Souls 1, right? There was always, around a couple of corners, there were these stronger enemies that you could fight. Basically like this one, but without a boss health bar. So maybe this time around they just decided, oh, if we're going to put in like unique enemies at a couple of places anyway, we're just giving them names and boss bars or like health bars. I don't really... Is flexile just an old word for flexible? Weird. So sentry. I wonder if... I mean... Let's see. The flexile sentry is a merciless creature whose purpose is to punish the undead. Use the special soul to acquire numbers to create something. Well, that description doesn't really give us anything, does it? You're playing Heroes of the Storm? Is that still... I've never played that. Wasn't that fairly... I thought they didn't really do that much anymore with it? But I'm sorry, I'm completely ignorant on that game, to be honest. Okay, so... What's also really interesting here is that, once again, it says its purpose is to punish the undead. So, in Dark Souls 1, you were undead, and it was very clear that the undead were, well, you were facing a lot of struggles, obviously. I mean, that's basically the game, right? But I guess sort of the story is that you need to overcome those difficulties in order to become the chosen undead. But here in Dark Souls 2, much more so than compared to the first one, there seem to be a lot more, particular enemies or like creatures in general where their like specific purpose is to hunt or punish undead, which, also seems a bit different compared to Dark Souls 1. Just, I don't really know how to describe it, but it feels a bit more, a lot less open-ended, I guess. In Dark Souls 1, it was, well, the whole undead thing and the reason why people are going hollow and why, well, all of the hollows are attacking you was fairly, well, unclear for the most part. And it's not really any clearer here, but at least the description seems to hint at it being, well, not necessarily clearer. I don't really know. It's just... It's a bit weird to me that they would specifically mention both here and with the Pursuer that their specific purpose is to hunt down undead. Like, what kind of reason would there be to do that? And also, if that's the case, then shouldn't this thing theoretically have left the ship and just killed everything in this area because they're all undead? Or maybe it just refers to undead that haven't gone hollow? Although, can they even make a distinction there? And then also, again, what was it, right? It was this weird, like, almost yeah. These two creatures in one? Very, very strange. Yet another chest. Pyromancy, Flame, and Fireball. Okay. So I haven't found the sorcerer guy, or at least he won't teach me if I was correct in my assumption that it's the dude hanging out on the pier. But I can find these things. I suspect I won't be able to use them, though? A flame catalyst used by pyromancers. Pyromancers rouse this flame to produce various fire arts. Equip pyromancy flame to produce pyromancy. Well, that's... Thanks, Captain Obvious. Attune pyromancy at a bonfire. The strength of a pyromancy depends on the strength of one's pyromancy flame, which can be improved through reinforcement. So... does it scale off of anything? Let's see. I would still need an attunement slot for it, right? It doesn't have any kind of requirement, though. Which might be beneficial. Also... I wonder if there are places where I could test this out, or where there might be, like, different... I mean, I wonder if there are places where you can test it, or not test it, but rather use it in order to unlock certain things. I also wonder, considering that the torch is kind of a big thing in this game, whether or not you could use this to light fires? Standard spell for pyromancers creates a fireball that is hurled at foes. To use pyromancies, equip a pyromancy flame to serve as the catalyst, and assign a pyromancy to an attunement slot. Why did they cut off the word so weirdly? That just seems like a strange decision. The power of a pyromancy is directly affected by the quality of the catalyst. So yeah, it seems like it doesn't really scale off of anything. It's just literally the flame itself that you need to upgrade, which was something... Ooh, let me think back to Dark Souls 1. I think you had to go to that weird dude, after the spider boss, right? There was the other spider that was apparently a firekeeper, and right next to her was this vendor. And I think there you could actually upgrade these pyromancies. So I wonder if that works different here. It scales A with, what the hell is that? Fire? Oh, right, I completely forgot. I have these fire attack stats, right? Don't they... So this one. Fire attack bonus. I think that increases with intelligence as well, though I am wondering why it's at 63 currently. Maybe it's also increasing through adaptability, I wonder? I don't really remember when that stat actually went up. That's... I mean, I guess I could just go back and level and see what it does. I would still have to level attunement to 10 though to get the attunement slot. That's actually what's annoying me the most. Although, considering that I don't need intelligence or faith for the pyromancy, that might actually be something that I could use. I don't think that it would be very helpful necessarily, but it would certainly be... I mean, I guess I want to try it, right? And this thing probably transports the boat to wherever it's supposed to go. So now I think it's going to leave the harbor again. I actually wonder... Technically, you should be able to call it back, right? If you ring the bell again. Also, that dude on the deck. Oh no, that's me. Wait, what? Where are the enemies? I thought that I was like a hollow from that level. Because there were a couple of dudes on deck as well. But I guess they didn't care, or they ran away, or maybe those were the dudes that I killed on the staircase, I don't know. Okay. Well, that's It's a strange wall. Lighting looks cool though. I mean, since this does seem to be the start of a new level, I'd imagine there's going to be a bonfire here. Is there like another wall in the background, or is the level just ending very, very quickly? Because the water should be straight, right? The horizon line isn't straight, so it looks like it's the edge of the level. I don't think that there is another wall back there. I wonder if this is, I mean, technically, I guess this is the rock that you can see from the No Man's Wharf. I'd imagine. Although, it looked very different from there. That looks like an enemy. I kind of like that they designed them like this, where they do appear as if they've gone hollow while they were still, I guess, fulfilling their duty here, right? It's almost like your typical RPG scene, I guess. Whereas usually enemies here in Dark Souls don't really do anything. It's a strange start to a level though, right? Just two more of these dudes sitting here, and then an elevator. I already have that. I guess, like, the reason why I think it's so strange is because, I already took the boat here, right? So, why then have an elevator, basically, as the start of the level, I wonder? Maybe there is, like, a secret to it? I'd imagine in whatever direction it goes, there might be something below it, for example? It also still hasn't really shown us where we are. And I hear somebody. Oh, that. What happened to that texture in that cell? That's definitely not how it's supposed to look. It's also kind of freaking me out that it's empty. Almost as if that, like, as if whatever was in here. Although, well, these doors are still closed, right? Except for the one. It's a weird beginning to a level. Or maybe it's some sort of alternate. Why is that message here? Shouldn't that be here? What are those sounds? Also, there isn't a bonfire here. I kind of wanted a bonfire. Ah, alright. So, I I kind of suspected it to be the Lost Bastille because it just looks very similar. So I guess this, for some reason, is an alternate path to get here? Also potentially a much more dangerous one. What's it with these guys? They are... Yeah, they very much look like the same hollows that we've already encountered in a couple of places. So there are a couple of people... I mean, the Lost Bastille very much looked like a prison or something similar, right? So the theme definitely continues here. Why exactly would the ghost ship lead us here, though? I wonder. Also, I'm not too sure about the all of the bloodstains, because so far, like, they appear at weird places where you'd think that, well, how do people die there? Common fruit. Is that a new thing? Or did I already have that at some point? No, it's new. Temporarily boosts poison resist. Okay. A spotted fruit. This common fruit has no taste, but when facing a true test of mettle, its benefits could make the difference between life and death. A fruit without taste? Is that even a fruit at that point? I mean, I guess it is, but why would that exist, huh? Temporarily boosts poison resist. Also, once again, the whole poison resist thing so far seems to be exactly as weird as it was in Dark Souls 1. Where you could increase your poison resistance in Dark Souls 1, right? But the places where poison actually existed were mostly so poisonous that you got poisoned anyway. Even with very, very high poison resist. So, although, well, that's not entirely true. I think I used like a ring that increased my poison resistance when I was going from the bonfire to the spider fire lady boss. And I think I managed to get there without getting poisoned with the ring on. Huh. There is a ton of consumable items though here in Dark Souls 2, it seems. And all, like, most of them, I'm not entirely sure how useful they really are. I mean, they might certainly be useful at certain points, but overall, not necessarily. I wonder if these guys will just attack me if I move up the staircase further. Oh, right, I already read that. Or is there going to be some sort... Oh, well, never mind. There's the bonfire. Wait, what? What are all these bloodstains and messages about then? The hell are they on about? I mean, there literally isn't anything particularly dangerous here, at least not now. Well, that would mean that the No Man's Wharf only has one bonfire, though. Or was there anything else there? I don't think there was, right? It's kind of interesting. So the eagle from the Forest of Fallen Giants brought me to the Lost Bastille as well. Pretty much exactly to a bonfire. But then Heights Tower brings you to No Man's Wharf, which also brings you here for some reason. And interestingly enough, this thing is first the Exile holding cells. Exile holding cells. Huh. Interesting. I think we already heard something about Exile. Just can't quite recall it. There was something going on with Exile. Exile holding cells. Why would you go into a cell if you're exiled, though? Or does it just mean that they're holding cells that are in exile? I mean, it does look some sort of Azkaban fortress, right? So it's essentially like a prison rock on the sea. It's a bit weird though that the ship would then be connected to the No Man's Wharf, which, if I recall correctly, was like they were more plunderous, right? I think, or they became that. Huh. It is really, really difficult piecing these things together, right? Especially since mostly I would have to go back through all of the item descriptions and find out, well, was there something that I missed or something that they already told me about that referenced this place? I don't think there was necessarily. I just wish we had more information about these things, right? Whatever. I mean, I guess... Let me see. So, I'm still missing some stuff in the Forest of Fallen Giants. I don't know how to get there, though, or how to get through there. Then there is the dragon in Heights Tower of Flame that I don't know how to get through. Unless I'm just buying, like, hundreds of arrows and shooting that thing from afar, but that seems very, very annoying and boring. I still thought that killing the Dragon Rider would actually do something to the dragon, but apparently it didn't. I am fairly positive, though, that we did everything in the No Man's Wharf, right? Except for, well, technically that's not No Man's Wharf, though. That's the path from Heights Tower that leads to it, where there is the slightly broken down but very suspicious-looking door beyond where the statue was. I mean, it's mainly suspicious because there was the statue in front of it, right? And now I'm also... Why would the eagle... I mean, I wondered that before, right? The pursuer that we saw, which I'm still not... I thought another one, right? Suggesting that there are multiple ones. And then he was brought in by the eagle for some reason. So did they are they sort of prison guards here that are sent out by the eagles to capture undead? In that case, why would we then let ourselves be transported here by an eagle, though? Isn't that like walking into our own prison? Very, very weird. Alright, I can level up a bit. So, I am going to check whether or not something boosts my fire attack, because I'm not really sure about that either. Also, I don't know, I feel like I'm going to quite a lot of places, but so far most things in Majula haven't really changed. So, I mean, I guess we've unlocked the door for the smith, we have brought this vendor here. But that's about it. I mean, we also found the key to the mansion, but the dude that gave it to us just isn't here for some reason. Whereas I was fairly certain that he would return here. I mean, I guess the lady that sells us faith stuff technically also returned to Majula. It's not like it's in between. It's the staircase down there, right, where she is. But still, I don't know. I feel like we should have gotten... Because the thing in Dark Souls 1 is, right, that at least the Crestfallen changes his, like, voice lines pretty frequently. And also the other people that are there. Well, they're not necessarily changing their voice lines, but they're... I don't know. It just feels like in Dark Souls 1, Firelink Shrine was, I guess, progressing a bit more. Whereas here, everything seems to stay pretty much the same for the most part. Although, again, I haven't really found any of the things that they sent me out to look for, right? I mean, she was constantly talking about getting very powerful souls, and so far as I know, we haven't encountered any of those particular special powerful souls or beings where we would get the souls from. Oh, I didn't want to. I want to level up. I thought it was at the bonfire, but that's Dark Souls 1. Yeah, seek larger, more powerful souls, and apparently there are 4 of them, maybe, potentially. So let me see. Did adaptability? No, it doesn't. Wait, it underlines that. Yeah. Why do I have 63 fire attack? I guess I just started with that? Seems quite high compared to a lot of the other stats, though, right? Considering that I only have 6 faith and intelligence? I mean, I could pretty much get myself to get to the first attunement slot, which... I mean, it also raises my agility by 1. I guess that's something. Curse resistance, I don't know how useful that really is. Wait, what did curse actually do? It just flat out damages you, right, in this? I mean, I was already kind of on the fence last time that I played to potentially get at least 1 attunement slot. It would allow me to try out a couple of things for caster stuff. And I mean, considering the enemies that I fought and the bosses that I fought, it doesn't really seem like I need any more vigor or strength at the moment. Though I suspect there's probably going to be some sort of other enemy or boss where I suddenly feel like I'm completely underleveled. I'm not entirely certain if that's the case, but, you know, knowing these games, that might very well happen. I do kind of want to try out the Pyromancy Flame, though. And I mean, this would set me up to potentially increase my intelligence in the future as well. So let's do that. Also, I think I want to go back to No Man's Wharf to talk to the guy on the pier again. Also, I want to see whether or not the other NPCs are still where they were before. Let me see. Can I just equip? I guess I would want that in my offhand. It doesn't increase my equipment load, right? So I guess I'm just going to equip that and then attune the Pyromancy. Very underwhelming. I mean, it's basically the same thing that it was in Dark Souls 1, right? At least as far as I can see. I think it's a bit quicker, though that might be because they changed how, like, the whole agility, adaptability stuff works. And you can actually level that up now, so... I mean, the main thing that I was wondering about is whether or not you can actually use this to ignite fires, which would be funny. And it should be possible, but I very much suspect that it isn't, because otherwise the torch wouldn't be such a dedicated item, right? So yeah, let's quickly look back. Let's go back here for a second and check out whether or not the other NPCs are saying anything or doing anything. Also, I want to know whether or not the ship is still here, right? Technically it shouldn't be, but then at the same time... wait, is this a ride? Yeah. So the ship's still here for some reason. Okay. Huh. I guess it magically goes back and forth every time you come here? I don't know. So, wait, let me see. So if I look over there, you can't quite see it from this direction. Oh, wait, oh, right, he was hanging down here somewhere, right? Ooh, that could have been unfortunate. I am still slightly confused why you can actually break the other guy's attack, right? The one dude that was jumping at me, why you can basically cancel his jumping animation. I think that should actually go through once he starts that, but I don't know.
I see light. I am Cyrillic.
You want me to light you on fire? Yeah, I don't know. Either you have to actually learn... Like, you have to have some sort of intelligence requirement for him. Would just be so inconsistent, since the lady that sells you the faith stuff does not seem to have any sort of requirement. I mean, she also obviously connects back to the she turns the room for you, so I guess it wouldn't really make sense for her. I mean, I think I said that last time, right? It wouldn't really make sense for her to have a requirement. Although, well, she could still come back and change the room orientation for you, but still not sell you faith until you have acquired enough faith. Maybe I'm just misinterpreting this guy, though. It might also be the case. And then, yeah, the thing that you're seeing in the back is the Lost Bastille, right? And I guess once you venture there, you're just a bit too close to see everything on top of the stone island thing. Yeah, so this thing is still a mystery to me. No idea. I think because, like, the message... Yeah, but what are you supposed to attack? Not this thing, surely. Yeah, not that thing. Or maybe you need a weapon that can actually reach forward? But, I mean, what's that gonna do? The thing's still underwater, right? I don't know, I feel like I'm missing something there. There might be some kind of other way to activate that. I don't know. It's a bit unfortunate that you always, like, you go more hollow every time you do stuff like that and just test out things. I mean, it's not a big deal, obviously, but just a slight annoyance, I guess. Oh, whoops. I didn't want to jump. Oh. Yeah, see, you can't cancel his attack, for example. I mean, he's a bigger dude. I guess he has more poise or something? Is that what what that's implying? It's a bit weird, in my opinion, though. For fuck's sake. Oh, wait, who's actually shooting at me? Okay, let me see. Can you please stop for a second? I'm not here to kill you. Well, I mean, I am, sort of, but only because you constantly keep attacking me. Where the hell were you going? And he's also doing something weird. Okay, so I think that one lady was somewhere here to the not right, but left. Here, maybe? Oh yeah, she left. The dogs are also a lot slower in this for some reason. I mean, look how he was chilling up the stairs. What the hell? I mean, compare that to how crazy dogs can be in the other FromSoft games, especially Bloodborne. Alright, no idea where she went. I wonder if the big bearded dude is still here? That's also a bit annoying, by the way, because what the hell was that? He jumped over me, but still hit me for some reason. Where was the big dude? Where did you come from? He was at some sort of shortcut, right? Wasn't that here? Look at the dogs in the background. Doesn't that looks like you're playing Duke Nukem 3D or something? I mean, maybe that's a bit of an, like, overstatement, but, seriously, why do they, like, release a PlayStation 4 version of this game, now running on a PS5, that for some reason lowers, even though it's running at 60 frames per second, it lowers the animation of models that are still fairly close to you to like 15 frames per second. That's just weird. Also, I wonder, are they like completely different models as well, or is it just the animation? I think it's actually just the animation that is weird. I don't think it's the model itself. But again, it's just like, why? Somehow seems unnecessary. What? Whoa, I don't want to die. Oh, he's dying though. Almost, at least. That still hit me. Again, like... Oh, for fuck's sake. I'm thinking here, can you please give me a rest for a second? No, I was just... The thing is, I was thinking about, here for a second, that dude right there, right? What he was doing is, in a way... Oh, I think I didn't have that before. In a way, pretty clever, right? Because it's... Like, he was doing some... Well, not necessarily charged up attack, but certainly he was running after me, preparing an attack, right? Oh, I also didn't have those, I think. And because I, like, went away from him, he just continued his animation until he was in reach of me again. Which is really, really cool. A couple of enemies have already done that, right? It's a very cool addition. And it's something that Dark Souls 1 doesn't have, where they can apparently hold certain attack animations and then use them once they are in range again. That's a very cool addition. Oh, Oh, that's the weird monsters, right? I don't remember where they were. But the thing is, right, that that's a very cool thing. Why would they have these normal basic enemies that die very, very quickly with these additional animations and even animations that dynamically change based on how you move your character, but then have bosses like the one that I just fought that are very, very static and don't seem to react to what you're doing at all? That's a weird inconsistency, in my opinion. I mean, again, it's not necessarily bad. I'm not saying that it's like an overall issue or something. It's just a bit weird. It's not something you'd usually, I guess, expect, right? Why are they making these weird sounds? Is it because they're afraid of the fire? This is where the dude was, right? Yeah. So he moved as well. Huh. Okay. So both of the other NPCs that were here moved away for some reason. No idea where they went, but they moved away. And, well... What does that mean, though? Oh, for fuck's sake, that dude's annoying. I mean, does it even mean anything, really? It's just a bit strange. If they're moving away, certainly that means that, well, logically, they would be somewhere else now. Typically, NPCs move towards Majula. So either I just haven't seen them there, and they're, like, at some other place close to Majula? Did a guy just jump into the water somewhere? I think he did. Yeah, so the lady with the faith stuff, right? She moved to the rotating room. So maybe one of these guys moved to another place? I don't constantly want to run all the way like back through multiple areas, though, just to check out whether or not somebody moved somewhere.
I see light.
And yeah, this thing is still weird. It says try attacking. But where and how? And then this thing just says something. Great. Pretty sure that I'm just missing something here, but at the same time, yeah, I don't know, it's just a bit weird. Also, I just noticed, but the rope just goes through that one, like, wooden log. It just goes through the wood, right? Which also doesn't really make sense, but alright. I guess I didn't really want to invest into more polygons for the rope itself or something. I mean, that's fine. That's a very, very small detail. Doesn't really matter all that much. Huh. Well, if the lady that sells me the faith stuff moved, then, I mean, logically, wouldn't the other guys now be near or next to Majula too? Nullify human effigies effect. So that's I think people can just do that, right? I think that's probably something online. Some kind of online effect, I'd imagine. If somebody burns a human effigy at a bonfire, then it gets strengthened for some reason. It's not the bonfire intensity that is mentioned here, though, right? Because otherwise that would be at, I don't know, 2 now or something. Or maybe that only changes if you are the person burning a human effigy? Huh. Once again, that's sort of a weird thing, right? Because the bonfire intensity is never mentioned by anybody. It's here in the menu, right, where it says, well, bonfire intensity 1, and every bonfire has intensity 1, but no NPC has ever mentioned anything about that up until this point. So what the hell are you supposed to make of that? I mean, there is, like, you can design a game to be puzzling and to invoke questions, but this is just weird. I mean, if it's a mechanic that comes up later on, or that you can understand later on, then that's fine as well. But then don't write it down if I'm not able to interact with it anyway, right? I mean, I don't know. I guess I could try burning a human effigy, and also nullify human effigy's effect right now. Why would you nullify that? I mean, I don't know what it does anyway, but clearly it's not something detrimental. At least I don't think so. So why the hell would you get rid of it? Just weird. But yeah, let me quickly travel back to Majula and take a look at whether or not these two NPCs appeared there. I mean, the woman that was in one of the houses, right, that I looked for first, I don't necessarily think that she would be here anywhere, because she very much seemed like your typical, like, warrior on the road NPC, right? I mean, there are certainly a couple of NPCs in FromSoft games that sort of move with you through levels, or at least they move through the levels and don't come back to wherever your sort of safe spot is. But the other guy, like the big dwarf dude that was drinking, I kind of wanted him to come back here. Well, especially because I was able to sell stuff to him, right? Which would be pretty beneficial to have. I mean, she's still here. The room's still turned. I don't really need to turn it back, though. Huh. Guess I can take a look at the mansion. I mean, there's still so many other places here where people could chill, I guess, but for some reason they aren't. He's still here? He's also, like, I don't know, these NPCs seem so weird, right? Because, like, he, for example, the things that he sells are just kind of underwhelming. And he doesn't really change up his dialogue, so what the hell am I supposed to do with him? I mean, I guess some of these things aren't really bad. You can certainly use them, but again, they don't necessarily seem like something that would warrant a special NPC here. I mean, they could have literally just put them on the smith or something. Yeah, there's still nobody here as well. Also, I just remembered that I got a couple more things from No Man's Wharf. I think I got a shield. Yeah, the Varangian shield is new. Engraved with a strange pattern. Doesn't looks like some sort of ordinary pattern to me, to be honest. A former king launched a campaign to capture these terrors of the high seas, but rather than imprison them, forced them into hard labor at No Man's Wharf. Oh, okay. Well, that certainly changes stuff. So I think whatever I read first about the Varangians, Varangians, I guess is their name. Whatever I read first about them, I think was clearly hinting at them being sort of terrors of the high seas, right? I think it mentioned that phrase as well. So I suspected that they were, well, plunderers, pirates, something like that. But apparently a king imprisoned them there. So maybe the, I mean, that is quite interesting. That could mean, so the I guess the actual task of the ship that I took, right, the quote unquote ghost ship, maybe its original task was they were they were imprisoned at the Bastille, and then what probably happened is that the ship came in, they took a couple of people out of their cells, put them on the ship, then drove the ship back to the wharf to make them work there, and yeah, the ship pretty much traveled back and forth, right? Still doesn't, well, Then again, though, those weird terror thing, like the monsters that we found at the wharf, right? Didn't we also find an item that was hinting at there being some sort of curse that they brought back from the high seas? So either they did that before they were imprisoned, or they were still allowed to, in some form, sail on the sea, and still they brought that back? I just wonder what the sort of... Because if they were imprisoned, right, then they wouldn't have been able to go to other places to find whatever weird, terrorizing stuff turned them into those kind of demon things that we saw at the wharf. Interesting. And then I think we also found leggings, right? Rangian leggings. Yeah, here it tells you they terrorized nearby seas. So I guess that they clearly did that first, right? And whatever they did there probably brought back whatever kind of weird thing transitioned them or transformed them into demon creatures. And then after the fact, the king came in and captured them basically, or imprisoned them and made them work. I wonder though if maybe the imprisonment then turned them into those beasts, but they carried the curse before or something. It's kind of weird, right? It's sort of offhandedly mentioned here, but not really explained any further. The coastline stretches far in northern Drug. Beyond this northern sea is an unexplored continent said to be the home of things inhuman. Yeah, that's what the other thing that I found also said, right? So this seems to hint at the fact that whatever inhuman things they might have found beyond the northern sea, somehow they either brought that back or they themselves turned inhuman because of that, and that's what these weird creatures are now that are at the wharf. I just wonder, I mean, this sort of hints at them turning, you know, shortly after they sailed there. So would the king then imprison things that, or maybe that was the reason why they were imprisoned, because they suddenly turned into those inhuman things? It's fairly difficult to really make sense of that, right? Alright, let me check back here. So, aha! You are new here. You weren't here before. I don't know whether I've seen you before, though.
Oh, hello again.
Oh, yeah, you're the guy who gave me the mansion key.
The map, I presume.
The weird guy that was crawling on the floor.
Take a good look.
Wait, why was he taking so long to get here? So it is a map. I suspected that, right? So last time, I think somebody told me that this represented the bosses that you've killed or something. Which also sort of underlines my theory that there are sort of mini bosses, right? The easier ones, I guess. And then there are actual bosses that probably prompt flames to appear here for some reason. So wherever this flame is seems to be where where he killed the pursuer, Force of the Fallen Giants. And then the only thing that I'm kind of confused by now is why he took so long to get here. I mean, it's been ages, basically, since I found him, and... Well, I'm pretty sure that I found him before I killed the pursuer. Then I killed the pursuer. I did some other things. I went to Heights Tower, I killed the Dragon Rider. He still wasn't here. But now he suddenly is. That's weird. Either they, like, maybe there is some sort of, I don't know, time limit. After you find him, it takes, I don't know, a certain amount of bosses killed or something until he appears here. That's rather strange, though.
Flames have appeared.
Well, there's really only one.
I don't know what causes it. Did you see the flame on the map? It wasn't there when I came here before. I don't know what explains it.
Well, you're not a very helpful NPC, are you?
Something comforting about that flame. It seems to fulfill something very precious, deep within the soul. Something essential. I would not venture far into that hole.
What kind of hole?
It was blocked by a wall, something built long ago.
Oh, he's talking about the hole outside suddenly.
The job. Now a foul sound echoes within.
Wait? Or not? What the hell were you just talking about?
Did you see the flame on? It
Yeah, I
wasn't
saw.
there. But
What kind of...
there is something. It's something.
Alright, let me see if I can get the dialogue again.
Venture far into that hole.
What kind of hole are you talking
It
about?
was blocked by a wall, something built long ago. But it was crumbling, and I finished the job. Now a foul sound echoes within.
That's just a weird sentence. First of all, what kind of hole is he talking about? He just suddenly starts talking about a hole completely disconnected to anything that he said before, right? And then he says, there was a wall there at some point? Well, okay, cool. And then he says, I finished the job. Almost as if he was talking about some job that he started before, but he just wasn't. So I guess he's referencing that he somehow made it accessible again, whatever he was talking about. I mean, is he talking about something here? I went in here before, right? Oh, I also wanted to light this up. I should probably do that, right? Why didn't I do that before? I guess it was because I came here, like, at the end of the stream or something? Oh, never mind. I wanted to try the pyromancy flame. I'm pretty sure that this doesn't work, but let's just try it anyway. Oh. Still, like, same thing, right? Why are there so many freaking bloodstains here? Oh shit. Well, how the fuck are you supposed to aim it? Seriously? Where does it aim? Does it aim, like, at the middle of the screen? No, it certainly doesn't. Sure. Yeah, okay, it's definitely not... That would be too convenient, right? If you could just... Like, you literally have a hand that can conjure up flames. Can you start fires with it? Of course not. I have to run back all the way to the start to frickin' light up my torch. Or no, never mind, I don't have to. I can do it at a bonfire. Completely forgot about that. Still, I don't know. I mean, I guess it would be a bit too easy, but once again, right? Why am I saying once again? I don't think I've ever mentioned that before, but if you are implementing things like a torch into the game, which on a basic level seems like a really neat idea, and the thing that they've done with the lights that you're able to light up and sort of progress through a level, you know, all of that stuff's really great. It's a cool idea, cool addition to the game. But then, right, if you still want to have something like the pyromancy flame in your game as well, you should maybe make sure that there is at least some sort of explanation as to why you wouldn't be able to light fires with it. Because this is ridiculous, right? You can even shoot it at that, it just doesn't do anything, because, well, obviously you can't aim it really. if there isn't something that you can properly target. I don't know. It's just such a weird thing. And then clearly he wasn't talking about this hole, if it's even, like, able to be considered as a hole. And why are we talking about this as it being a map? I mean, somehow it does slightly look like one, right? I mean, I suspected that it was, but it doesn't resemble anything that in the game world or something. Like, it just looks like some sort of generic continent or something, right? Like, it's probably the most basic version of a map there could ever be. I don't know. Alright, well, at least I found him again. That's, progress, I guess. Don't think any of the other NPCs are here, though. For some reason, the pigs still are. Which is also really weird. Sniper spot, okay. But why? Why would you put these enemies here? Especially considering that they are actually fairly challenging if you try to fight them, like, right at the start of the game. Like, even now, see, they have higher HP than the dudes in the wharf. What is their purpose? And they're dropping cracked red eye orbs? Maybe it's so that you can easily farm those? I don't know. Weird decision, right? So, the residual sins of those who have succumbed to dark temptations are contained in the form of the cracked red eye orb. Okay, sure. Why would pigs drop this? What the hell did they do to deserve this as a drop? Strange. Monster, yeah. Certainly. I mean, clearly nobody else is here, right? The cat is sleeping. Unless they're chilling, like, some other place. I mean, I haven't really been here again, so maybe I'll check out this place. Although I'm also missing I'm missing a branch of yore. I don't have another one currently, so I'm not able to unpetrify the woman that's still stuck to the lever over here. It's been a while since I've been here, though. I wonder if the dude... Yeah, he's still sitting here. Huh. Hi.
See that statue? Guess... Ah, hey.
He's also saying the exact same thing that he did before. Statue's still here. Yeah, nothing changed. Well, I mean, considering that the map dude, the mansion dude, whatever you want to call him, I don't know what he's actually called. Did you ever say that? I don't think he did. But, yeah, well, if he took so long to get here, then maybe the other NPCs will appear here after a while as well. I don't think there's anything going to be here. I still have to consider whether or not I want to start leveling intelligence. Kind of still on the fence about it. So this originally leads to the Forest of Fallen Giants, right? It's basically the first path that I took. I think I never went through here a second time. It's just, I kind of don't really want to spend my time constantly going back through levels that I've already visited. But at the same time, I don't know, somehow the game makes it seem as if there might still be other secrets here. I completely forgot that there was this cave here as well. But yeah, this just goes to the Forest of the Fallen Giants, and I'm still missing like a bunch of stuff here as well, right? The fuck was that? Oh yeah, it's a floating bonfire, right? It's floating slightly above the ground. So yeah, let me quickly go back to Majula. I don't think that the NPCs are quite there yet, so they might just appear there later on, I don't know. It's a bit weird as well. I wonder if you can, like, if there is some sort of trigger. Maybe traveling a bunch back and forth or something that might force them to spawn here. I'm not going to test that out, that's way too boring, but could be, right? Yeah, I mean, I guess I could just go with one more point in strength for the time being. I could also still use a couple of the souls that I own. I don't really want to buy... I mean, I suspected as much, right? So at the beginning, I probably could have needed a couple more life gems, and I didn't buy any. Now that I bought a couple, I don't even really need them anymore, I feel like. Because I have so many healing items. But yeah, I still have a couple of normal souls as well, although not as many as I thought I would have. Was this the 800 one? I need 3,000, right? Let's see how much this gives me. 2,000. Whoa, that's more than I thought it would. If this is only 800, it's not enough though. Well, that's weird. I mean, I guess I could, let me see, if I use 2 more of these, and then the 800 one, technically that should give me 2 levels, I think? I have way too many items in my inventory anyway, so... So I could go with 20 Vigor, although I don't know why I would want that. Then again, I mean, I'm definitely strong enough right now, and if I don't really want to go for intelligence, then there isn't really any other stat that might be beneficial to level. I could still go with adaptability, but I don't know. Currently, I feel like the speed with which I consume items doesn't seem too bad to me, to be completely honest. I could go with 2 decks that would enable me to use the bow. Don't really need that either at this point. 12 attunement doesn't give me a second slot, so that's not really worth it. I don't need more equipment load either. And endurance. Well, I mean, going for more endurance probably wouldn't be the worst thing in the world, because technically that also sort of actually massively increases your offensive capabilities, just because you might be able to like get one more hit in, right, and still be able to roll away or whatever. But I kind of want to go with Vigor for the time being. I don't know why necessarily, but then again, I wouldn't really know what else to level. Okay. So... yeah, I guess that means we're gonna continue with the Lost Bastille. One thing that I'm just wondering about, though, you can see Heights Tower from here, right? Over there. It doesn't look quite right, because it looks like it's too far out to see and too close. For the size that it is. Like, it just looks like a miniature version of it. Just a bit weird, right? I don't know. I know that I already said that, but why would you do this, right? I mean, you can see the waves, and the waves look beautiful, by the way, right? But everybody knows how big those waves are, like in terms of actual meters, right? Even if they would technically or theoretically be bigger than what they appear, it still doesn't make any kind of sense that all of Heights Tower would be where it's like looking that it's at, right? That doesn't really make any sense. And also, where would the whole cave be? Looking at it from this direction, although, well, actually, yeah, where is that cave? I guess it's assumed that it's back in the mountains over there, right? But if you travel to Heights Tower, I know that I'm constantly... But, I mean, this is the interesting stuff, right? Getting to know your, like, locations and stuff. But if I travel here, then... I mean, all that I'm really doing is traveling downwards, right? In order to get to... Yeah, this sort of doesn't really make sense, does it? I mean, we are at sea, basically, right? This whole place is broken down, water surrounding all sides of it. Clearly fairly far away from the coast as well. Although I know that it's kind of a basic, like, JPEG background, but what the hell is the assumption here? So obviously you're going down, right? Over there. Like, you're going down, I guess, into some sort of cave system that's considered to be below the waterline. But then somehow you come up at the wharf. How does that work? Wouldn't the wharf be, like, over there where the mountain range is? Or coastline? Coastline mountains? I mean, as I said before, right? There's probably some technical limitations why they didn't really want to bring the background a bit closer, I guess. I mean, the background really looks pretty low resolution, right? So I guess it makes sense that they try to sort of put it further away. And then also, again, this is not the original version of it, right? So the original PS3 version might have had, I don't know, a blurrier background, or just a general, maybe you couldn't actually see all that far, or not that clearly, I don't know. So maybe that's why it looks like that. But again, it's a bit weird to me, right? You're going to the wharf, but technically it seemingly doesn't really make sense that it would exist at that place. It almost makes sense, but not really. Well, the connection here, though, does sort of hint at the fact that the king that imprisoned the sailors, right, must have been, or at least it would be kind of logical if it would have been the king that presided over Heights Tower. Right? Because then it would make sense that the wharf would be connected to Heights Tower. Which is also something that we don't quite know yet, right? I mean, it's sort of hinted at that there are a couple of different kingdoms, but at the same time, it's not really made clear whether or not we actually are, like, whether or not the Force of the Fallen Giant and that kind of kingdom is different to the kingdom at Heights Tower, right? I mean, we don't really know about that. And as much as I suspected, you're not able to light these things, for whatever reason. But there was one of these that looked the exact same and was at almost the exact same height that you were able to light in the wharf. Why? Right? Why introduce these inconsistencies? They could have easily just, instead of using one of these wall flames in the wharf, right? I mean, in the wharf, there's basically, I don't know, 20 of those normal flames that you can light that look fairly close to the flames that you can light in the tutorial area, right? Things betwixt. But then there is one light right at the top, or, well, close to the bell anyway. There's one single light that looks like a wall light, like this, right? Like these ones here. That you can also light for some reason with your torch. Why? Why didn't they just not use a wall light there, but instead also put one of these basic tutorial light things there? Because now we have this problem that, well, if you could light one of these wall torches in No Man's Wharf, then why aren't you able to do that here? Why? Right? Just why? There was no reason to do it this way. They could have easily just used the other model. I don't know. Guess they wanted to make it complicated. Okay, so there's a fog wall over there. I wonder if that leads to a boss, or if it's just the second part of the level. From this side, though, this whole place doesn't really look all that big. I wonder where the tower is where the eagle took us. Maybe the one in the background there? It's also just strange that that there are these two entrances to this place, right? Why are there two dark spots in the sky? The fuck is that? Is it just like some sort of texture error that they never got rid of? Or is that supposed to be two birds that don't move? That's a very weird decision. Overall, by the way, the skybox doesn't move at all, does it? Well, at least not in this place. I thought it moved in Dark Souls 1. Again, strange. Well, at least the water looks pretty cool. And then, what is this all about? Like, why the fuck isn't there a, like, wall to the right here? It didn't break off. It's literally built like this. Why would you build it like this? What the fuck? What's the purpose of this? Why would you build it so that everybody could, like, literally fall to their death? Very interesting. I mean, well, it's a prison, right? So maybe it served some kind of purpose that they would throw prisoners down here, but this just seems like such a large gap in the wall. This honestly, like, considering that they would probably bring prisoners in here and also take them out, wouldn't this also be very, very risky for the guards or whoever brings the prisoners in here? They could easily, like, if there's, like, 3 prisoners, they could easily overwhelm a guard and just throw them down into the water here. And you would definitely die from this height. I mean, well, if you were lucky and hit the water, maybe you wouldn't die. But still. Very strange decision, right? And it doesn't even really serve a game purpose either, does it? Unless there is going to be an enemy later on here that might throw you down upwards. Other than that, it literally doesn't really make any sense that it's this way, right? Wait! Oh! There were more over here. I noticed the ones in the front, but... I hate that they shoot you from like a million miles away. Oh! And also, they're the guys that were close to... Oh, seriously? I can't hit you from here? Oh, the sword is doing strange things in the ground. Oh. This time the treasure below seems to be actually right. Yeah, these guys look exactly like the ones that were in front of the pursuer. In the Forest of the Fallen Giants. That's the first time that I encountered these enemies. I wonder why they were there, and then they're here. So they are the guards of this prison? Supposedly? Maybe? Probably? Be wary of projectile, yeah, no shit. Oh, there's a dog here as well. Huh. Hello. Slightly confused, doggo. Yeah, they have a bit of a problem getting in here, right? Why was the first one able to get in here, though? Huh. I see you. Aw, another one. Wait, what the fuck? Wasn't I just up there? No, I was higher. I mean, it's not necessarily really dangerous here, but it's still annoying, probably. How many of these dogs are here? What the fuck? Also seems kind of unnecessary to put so many of them here. Wait, can you actually destroy that? Oh. Interesting. That looks like something that can be lit up. Do I want to... What was a strange sound? Can I... Oh. Wait a second. What? Oh. For a second I was confused where he went. So they're carrying a crossbow and then also carry like this big two-handed sword with them? Did you jump down because you were scared that I was going to do the same thing to you as I did to the other guy? What? That was, okay. Interesting. What? And why didn't it die with one hit? Well, that's a rather interesting layout here. Alluring skull. Isn't that an item that exists in Dark Souls 1 as well? Yeah, this one. Skull of unknown ownership. Smashing it releases traces of souls which attract nearby foes. Does not work on all enemies, but can prove useful in unexpected ways. I think the old lady in Matilda sells it as well, right? I mean, I guess that's if you're in, like, kind of a tight spot or something and you want to make sure that you're only pulling, like, one enemy or something. going on here? Oh, this literally just leads to a treasure. There's another bonfire here? What? Why? Well, I mean, Estus flask shard, large titan. Wow! Holy shit! Yet another Estus flask. Yeah, now it's actually getting almost too much. Again, that's... I don't know, I feel like I'm still in the very beginning parts of this game, although technically that can't quite be true. Although then again it might be, because... I mean, it did take me quite a long time. I mean, in a way you could sort of argue that in Dark Souls 1, the beginning of the game really entails ringing the two bells, right? Technically, in a way, that can take quite a long time, depending on how much you explore before doing that, or before ringing the second bell, right? There's a lot to look at. But at the same time, I mean, I guess Dark Souls 1 doesn't have that many bosses before that either, right? And the most difficult one certainly would probably be the fire spider lady up until that point. To think about it. I actually need to go back sort of through the Dark Souls 1 bosses. Because most of them are so underwhelming, right? That you sort of, well, you don't really forget them, but they're, I don't know, they are quite forgettable is the problem. And then I got another large Titanite shard, which is the second one, I think. I don't know if I can upgrade my mace with that. Or if I need to. I also, one thing that I forgot to do in Majula is to actually go back to the things betwixt to exchange. I think I still have smooth and silky stones that I might be able to turn into something else. I guess the reason why they're showing you the bonfire is because I can't quite get to it yet, maybe? No, that's... Oh, never mind. They're showing you the box. I mean, it's not really a hidden path, so... Huh. Hi. Oh, wait, is this literally a shortcut, or what's going on? That's the bonfire there. This lever most certainly pulls this up, right? I wonder if it stays up permanently. So there doesn't seem to be another lever on the other side. Wait, is there even something that I can do here? I feel like well, there's this path over here, which might be a, I thought for a second that dog was still alive, but he's just stuck into the wall at a weird angle. I mean, this path basically ends here, right? So the only place that I can go is, I can try to drop down. Although then again, there's yet another path to the right. Whoa, what the fuck? That actually scared me. Oh yeah, you're still there, right? I completely forgot about him. Alright, let's see. How did somebody... I guess there's some sort of invisible object there. I also sometimes wonder why they insist on putting, like, rubble pieces like this right where you can walk. If the game has so many, like, collisional problems, right, where the places where you can walk are just not very consistent with the actual visuals of the game, I wonder why they insist on, like, designing level parts this way, but alright. Why the fuck is there a blood stain here? That always makes it seem like you can die here, somehow. I mean, I guess this place is actually larger than it looked at first. I guess they're just showing you the end point fairly early on. Well, I should be able to ignite this if I found the path to the other bonfire. But then again... Whoa! What the fuck are you? That's an actual zombie. Or something. Huh. That almost... It slightly reminds me of the zombies from Ocarina of Time. Not necessarily in any kind of particular way, but just because they scream, right? Zombies in Ocarina of Time scream and make you stunned so that they can suck your blood or whatever the fuck they're doing. And I guess the scream just reminded me of that. I mean, they don't really look like zombies though, right? They're more like oh yeah, that's really helpful. Great. The fuck? He blew himself up? Why aren't you coming out? Oh, now you are. Huh. Try fire. Yeah, I did. Thanks for the hint, but you know, the targeting on this game isn't really all that great, all things considered. Oh, another one of those. Right, I completely forgot about those. I have one of them. So I guess you can ignite the fire here without... I mean, now that I have 3, but then again, I know where the bonfire is, so... Well, never mind. Okay, so this is probably a shortcut at some point then? Well, that's underwhelming. Well, that does mean that I've been to everything here, more or less. Let's get to the doggos then. I mean, this very much looks like it would stay up, right? Maybe this is where you'd end up stuck. Well, would you really be stuck? Of course, I only hit with one. Why? That's... Seriously? I don't know what it is. Sometimes the hitboxes in this game, the thing is, they aren't even really weird. The problem is that it didn't really feel like I hit them there, right? So, in a way, I would almost say, to be quite honest, the hitboxes might even be more realistic or even better than in the first game. The problem is more that what was that sound? The problem is more that that they're inconsistent in another way, which is they sometimes hit, or you sometimes hit the enemy where you think that, you know, maybe you shouldn't have hit them. Like they seem a lot more forgiving in a way, and then you're suddenly surprised if they don't hit the enemy. I don't know. So this stays up. This kind of looks like the path to the other bonfire where the eagle took me. The tower in the background with the guy here. I wonder if he's hard to defeat. He doesn't really look all that complicated. Is he even coming here? So this is locked as well. What's that sound? Sounds like somebody's like trying to hit me or something. Wait, so the bonfire should be here though, right? Yeah. So I guess I need a key. Where's the sound coming from though? Maybe this guy drops the key then? Oh, you're sneaky, huh? That wasn't really a scary trap at all, though. Oh yeah, you're... Oh, I mean you're fast, but other than that, you're not very scary. Doesn't drop anything, though. Oh, what the fuck is that? It sounds like somebody's, I don't know, training or something. Oh, there is another dude there. Wait, then this isn't the tower, though. Most likely. Up? What's up, though? Yeah, well, the item, obviously. Ooh, God, that's a bad texture there. Another hole in the wall? Why are there so many of these oil things here? Because these dudes don't seem like they would use them. Hey! Don't you want to attack me? Yeah, no idea how you're supposed to get to that. Gold pine resin? That's just a place where you can fall down. Why are there so many oil things here? Oh. The fuck? Why? What? Why do they explode when they hit them? Oh. Hello there. So they can use pyromancy for some reason. Huh. Still doesn't explain why the thing would explode if he hits it with a weapon, though. That doesn't make any sense at all. I mean, that's just a normal, I don't know, scythe-looking weapon? Why would the barrel explode? That's weird. This area also seems kind of, well, not necessarily empty, but also not exactly full of stuff. Those dudes as well? Huh. Once again, it's a bit confusing as to what these things are supposed to be. Are these the prison guards and the big dudes prisoners? Or are they some sort of... I mean, they don't look like prisoners. They look more like executioners of some sort. Isn't this the tower, though? Why is there a ladder there? What the fuck? Hi. It's a different tower. You are the guy from... Or the woman from No Man's Wharf.
I thought that might be you. You haven't changed a bit, have you? The longer I am here, the more madness I discover. A wretched place, indeed, but not without traces of its former glory. What could have caused such degradation?
So, now I wonder if you don't go to No Man's Wharf and instead just travel here via the Eagle and then just continue from that point. Well, there's two possibilities, really. Either you're not able to get to this place, right? You have to go through No Man's Wharf at some point. That might be the case. Or this NPC just wouldn't be here. In that case, I wonder if this changes anything.
I have not thanked you for humoring me This is for you.
Oh. Okay. Well,
Of course,
thanks,
I
I
have
guess.
no idea what it is.
You sure about that?
Our land of Mirror is surrounded by enemies and constantly at war. There is only one way up in Mirror. Join the Order and prove yourself in battle.
What's
My
that
family
order?
had little fortune and no name. I had to carve out a piece of the world for myself. With two things. My sword and my loyalty to my lord. I was raised
Cool, I
to
guess.
wield a sword from birth. Life was hard, but I never gave it a second thought. I had swift success on the battlefield and quickly attained respectable stature. And then I came here to...
I guess she forgot,
Have you
huh?
heard of the undead?
She just doesn't mention it again.
Souls affected by the curse.
Yeah, you can see that I'm
Undead
one of them, right?
gradually loses his humanity until his wits degrade completely. Finally, he turns hollow and preys upon others.
So
And
come on, give me a
can
second.
never be human again. One can skirt this wicked fate only with the help of the souls found here. Assuming, of course, that the legends are true. I can only hope that they are.
Yo, what the hell happened to you? What was that move? Okay. I'm sorry. She suddenly removes her mask? Well, now that explains why she was wearing one. So she has the curse as well, right? That pretty much looks like what I have on my back, I think. Just she has it in the face,
I'm
I
sorry
guess.
to burden you with talk of my fate. I suppose I've grown weary these days.
So in a way, I guess she is fairly much like ourselves. Sort of came here to lift the curse, vaguely knowing that it might be possible for some reason in these lands, although we don't really know why we think that, and also apparently having forgotten about at least parts of her
I'm
mission
sorry.
as well.
I suppose.
I wonder how many more times we are actually going to see her. Kind of role she plays. Antiquated key. Alright, so that pretty much opens everything here, probably. Well, not everything necessarily, but certainly a very old key. This key is very old, but in very good condition, such that it should still function. Only, what lock does this key fit? Well, probably this one, huh? No. Of course, you find a fucking key in a box. You go to the door opposite the box. Can you open it? No, of course you can't. I mean, well, this key will probably open the door that leads to the bonfire, I'd imagine, but still, that's a bit weird, right? And also, I think that tower probably is the one that has the other bonfire in it. Oh, so I guess if I had traveled there first, I might have gotten here. I might have already opened this door then, probably. Which I guess in that case... Yeah, what's really the point of going through No Man's Wharf then? Other than potentially finding the NPCs. I mean, maybe that's the point? Maybe you're supposed to find the NPC first, and then come here? Oh wait, are you supposed to... Oh, I didn't even realize. That's how you get up here. Okay. Oh. Hi. Another one. Sniper spot. Yeah, it surely is. So, okay. There's also another... Well, as soon as I open the other door from the bonfire, I can get here very easily to light this thing. Not that it's really needed, but Yeah. This is a very interesting ladder placement, isn't it? I mean, in a way, it's kind of obvious that you can get there. But also, I don't know, because the rest of the level looks so similar, you'd never really guess that you're supposed to really go up there, right? Kind of a neat design, to be honest. Almost subverting your expectations a little bit in terms of the level design. Then we have these two dudes. Whoa, okay, I kind of didn't expect that to happen. Was that on purpose? They seem to sort of, instead of attacking me from the same side, they kind of surrounded me. I wonder if that was on purpose or if the AI just kind of did something weird there. Because it looked like kind of a cool move, right? They were both standing here and then one went to my right and one to my left, so that I wasn't really able to hit both of them at once. Kind of cool, to be honest. Oh wait, never mind. That's a statue. Oh. So I'm not actually able to continue here. Very interesting how often they actually use this statue thing. Because at the beginning of the game I for sure thought that it was something fairly special, but it's actually like a common theme. A theme that is a bit problematic in its design, I feel like. Clearly being petrified, since it's also a kind of a stat thing, right? I mean, there is petrify resistance. I haven't really been petrified. I don't know how that really works either. But it's clearly a thing in game, right? And there is a couple of places where you can find these statues and you can unpetrify them to venture to whatever they're blocking, right? That in and of itself, kind of a cool feature, kind of a neat idea. The problem with it is that they only place these things like this, right? Very, very clearly as a gameplay element to block your path. And that's kind of problematic, right? This would work a lot better if they had, for example, like the woman, right? The woman where the other guy sits with his glowing sword. And he's talking about the statue giving him the willies, right? The one that I went to like 20 minutes ago or something. In that particular case, they made the statue with a unique model of a woman that's attached to the lever that is used to open the door to continue with the level, right? In that case, it very much makes sense, right? Because that scene very much looks like she has been petrified maybe by something that either attacked her while she was operating the lever, or it might have been a trap that got activated because she was operating the lever, right? Either way, that scene just seems very realistic, doesn't it? It seems very, very much like something that would happen in this sort of fantasy world. It seems very natural, right? And it serves the same gameplay function of blocking your path in having this, unique sort of appeal, right? Whereas these statues are clearly just copied over elements, which that in and of itself wouldn't be a problem. The problem is that they're placed like very, very suspiciously and very like obviously as a gameplay element of blocking your path, right? This would work a lot better if he was, for example, I don't know, leaning against the door, or if he was looking like he was opening the door or something, right? So some sort of natural interaction with the environment, that would make it seem a lot better. Or they should just introduce a couple of these statues that just stand around at certain places not doing anything, And then there's a couple of other ones like these ones that are actually doing something, which is blocking your path, right? That might also work, but just having the statues very obviously in certain positions that are just there to be a gameplay element, but don't make any sense otherwise, that's a bit unfortunate, I feel like. That's something that they probably should have done in a different way, to be completely honest. But yeah, so I'm pretty certain that that tower over there is the one where the eagle took us. Meaning that from that side I could probably open the door. Before I do that though, let me check back here. Maybe that's why they put the bonfire here. It is actually kind of placed very well, all things considered, because it means that like you see the bonfire, right? And you wonder, well, how do I get to it? And then you proceed further, you have a couple of enemies to defeat, an NPC to talk to, and then you get the key that actually leads you to the bonfire. That's pretty cool design, because it means that they can place the bonfire closer to other points where they want to place it without you having to activate it immediately, right? Which might feel cheaper because it was so close to the other one. But now that there was some stuff in between, I mean, it's still fairly close to the other one, but, you know, there was some stuff in between that kind of lightened the load, I guess. For some reason, I'm still not able to open it. What the hell was the key about then? What? Was there another door? Well, never mind then. I guess this wasn't... Oh, yeah, there was this door over here. Oh. Haven't seen you in a while. Hi. Oh yeah, I'm a bit short on stamina there. Fucking hell, that's so unfair, that attack. That's kind of bullshit. For fuck's sake. Now I got greedy. That was really, really dumb. Alright, I only have myself to blame for that. I thought that was a 3-hit kill, but it wasn't. He still had like 3 HP or something. Ah, that's unfortunate. I mean, it's not a big deal, but... that was annoying. Okay. Well, now I wonder. I have a feeling that he's still the same guy. Somehow I think that it's the same guy, and not a different one. And he's just some sort of magical cursed being that exists to... well, to kill hollows. Or me, in this particular case. I wonder if he appears again now. It's also interesting that he's not here before. Does he only appear here when you, well, what could prompt him being here, I wonder? I mean, well, higher curse resistance certainly can be very beneficial, right? In this case. Because obviously it... Oh shit, I forgot that there were... How are you not dead? Oh, for fuck's sake, what was that? What? What? He just spawned again and then despawned. Huh? What's that about? That's just weird at this point. So maybe he despawns if there are still other enemies in the area? Why didn't you attack me before? What? Are you kidding me? Did you draw your sword while you were falling down? What the fuck is going on with these guys? Oh shit. Seriously? Huh? Maybe he only triggers if you're coming from back there or something? No, wait, that can't be. Because I went back from this place, right? What? I mean, the other dude in the things betwixt that appears next to the sarcophagus that can change your gender? That was also strange, right? Because you kill, well, not necessarily strange, but different, right? You kill the trolls, and then the trolls don't respawn. Instead, one of these guys spawns. Here, the normal enemies respawn, though. I wonder what that attack is anyway. Like, how are they able to do that? Are they holding something that is able to do that? Or are they cursed in a way that would make them do that? I wonder what's up with this pursuer guy, though. It just seems so random that you would spawn in, right? Not only random, but also just the way that he spawns in, the fact that now he's nowhere to be seen, or that he kind of spawned in and then immediately went away again? Ah. Well, at least I found the correct door. That's also annoying. Why was he still able to hit me there? Do I actually want to use a life gem? I don't really care. I kind of want to kill these guys as well. Wait, are they both dead? Huh. Well, at least there is a light here. Some kind of... What are you guys doing? Why are you constantly somewhere on the roof? Especially with the armor and like a heavy greatsword. Weird decision, but okay. So either he's behind the door or he's also on the roof. Let me actually light the torch in there. I wonder what happens. Oh, so there's a big ladder there. But yeah, the weird thing with the pursuer is though, right, that for some reason he sometimes like immediately despawns to the point where it looks like it's buggy, right? I mean, I don't think that that's supposed to happen, that he despawns like that, because otherwise he just wouldn't spawn in at all, right? He would just not appear. But seriously? fuck's... What's going on with you? Hello? What was that about? What? Well, that didn't happen before. What? Huh? What? Alright, now I'm completely confused. So, first of all, why didn't he attack me this time? See, this is why I'm thinking that the pursuer is buggy. Right? Because, I mean, why would he not use his trap? He literally did nothing until I stood right next to him. Well, that doesn't really make any sense. I think this is actually supposed to be activated with you coming from the other bonfire, right? That would make a whole lot more sense. So you travel to the other bonfire, basically. You go through that tower, you come down here, defeat him without him rolling the barrel down the staircase, and then you're able to activate it yourself. I don't think this is supposed to happen like this, where he just literally doesn't do anything. Which also makes me, again, think that the pursuer is somehow buggy. I don't think he's supposed to disappear like that. And now that makes me think, so the first time you see him in the Forest of the Fallen Giants, right? So he's an actual boss fight there, for some reason. At the same time, the actual bosses that have an actual health bar are much easier than the Pursuer, except for, obviously, the Pursuer himself. But these other instances of the Pursuer appearing are actually probably the most challenging fights that I've had so far. I mean, it's always the same enemy. That makes it obviously a lot easier since I know his attacks. But, like, that's weird, isn't it? And now he had this weird buggy thing of disappearing, and shortly after that, I'm running into this enemy who's, also bugging out. That just seems like something that shouldn't happen, to be quite honest. And also, the first time that I came up here, I went up to, well, probably here somewhere, and he then rolled down the barrel towards me, and I ran back. Now, this did not happen, right? The barrel just exploded on somewhere up on the staircase for some reason. This is just strange. I'm sorry, but help me? Okay. I don't want to rest here though, at least not right away. But this is what the fuck is going on? Does he spawn in again? Oh right, I already turned on the light. He doesn't. I wonder if I now missed him? I don't think so though, right? I mean, the other one in the things betwixt also... The fuck was that? Oh, it loaded in the corpses, I think. Yeah, the other one always came back. Also, the thing back up there on the... I wonder if you can get it from here. Let me have a look first. I think maybe there's also something to do with when when things spawn in. Like sometimes they seem to spawn in, I don't know, later than they're supposed to be, and maybe that sometimes messes with some of the physics or AI things or something. So I thought for a second, there is an item up there, right? Somewhere on the... somewhere on the wall. So I thought for a second that I might be able to go onto the wall from here, but it doesn't seem to be the case. At least I wouldn't be able to go up there, I think. From here, anyway. Though now I wonder if you can actually drop down to the bonfire. I don't think you can. But that would be weird. Like if I destroy these things and then go up here. Oh no, that's not possible. Alright. Well, never mind then. But yeah, so one thing that I wanted to come back to is the fact that the very first time that I saw the Pursuer, he actually spawned in with the eagle together, right? So that was clearly the actual boss enemy. But he then immediately disappeared as well. At least he went like weirdly through the floor, so it looked more like, I guess, done on purpose compared to this instance where he literally just disappeared or despawned. But still, again, the first time that I encountered him was exactly as weird. Oh, hello there. Are you alright? What's going on with you?
Oh, why can't they all be this easy?
What? Are you drunk?
Wild one here. Shape up. Shape up, I say.
I think you're drunk.
I say yes.
Is he thinking... I think he's thinking that he's actually working on something.
How brightly you burn. Flame. I smell flame upon you. I'm Macduff the blacksmith.
McDove.
All I want is a little flame.
I have an ember.
So, I'm that ember to me.
Oh, yeah, so he is the one that takes that.
You imbecile.
What? I mean, I guess...
What a marvelous ember.
I haven't really encountered anyone else who might use it.
Give me stones, and I'll fortify your gear.
Okay. So I guess it makes now sense why there is a bonfire here as well.
Flame, dear flame,
And he needs the ember
and you waver and falter.
to do something for you. So if you came here through the wharf without defeating the Pursuer first, then you wouldn't be able to give him the ember, which is interesting. We steady hand Macduff. We don't really know much about him though.
Flame allowed man to flourish.
I wonder if the other smith in Majula would talk about him.
His new fiery arts, but his reason makes him doubt flame. And so we waver and falter.
Doubt the flame? Do we though? I mean...
The power of flame, power of the gods. In the end, it is all beyond our reach. And so, flame allures us, and we attempt to harness its power. Flame, dear flame. Flame, dear flame.
The problem is he doesn't really...
And you wavered and faltered.
I mean, it's not like he doesn't make sense, but... Once again, he... The things that he talks about aren't really explained any further, so... Whatever that's supposed to mean, I guess. It's a bastard sword, Uchigatana. Katana of unknown origin, crafted with a peculiar yet refined technique. There are katanas in this game, interesting. The finely sharpened blade of a katana slices with unmistakable smoothness, but should be wielded with caution, as its delicate constitution means it's easily worn. Okay. Great axe. Crafted with a gigantic weighty blade, is designed to inflict heavy damage and requires inhuman strength to handle. Why does it exist then? Each swing of the great axe requires the full force of the body, leaving the wielder wide open. Mastering this weapon will require the most thorough training of both body and mind. Okay. A scythe. That's what the big, like, dudes, the big zombie dudes are wearing. Or not zombie, the big mummy dudes. They're mummies, right? Not zombies. Why did I always say zombie? I meant mummy. The small mummies as well, the ones that explode. I was comparing them to the mummies in Zelda. Well, then again, in Ocarina of Time, they're both like zombies and mummies, I guess. A scythe fitted with a large custom blade has an extended slashing reach when swung broadly, but beware, these attacks make the wielder very vulnerable. Then we have a longbow, which requires 16 dexterity. Equip up to 2 types of arrows to give yourself immediate options in battle. Use arrows to hit enemies from afar to gain the upper hand by drawing first blood. Oh, you aren't able to use 2 types of arrows with the normal bow, I guess? Light crossbow, I already have that, right? Royal Kite Shield. Nothing special about this shield, which is precisely why it is so easy to use, and a likely reason for its popularity. People rarely agree over what constitutes quality, but the broad popularity of these shields proves that there are exceptions. Okay. Then he also sells arrows and bolts. And he sells large titanite shards. Unlimited amounts of it. Very, very interesting. Okay. I like that. I actually like that. So, well, I guess, do I like it is the question. Well, I kind of do. Here's the thing, right? So in all of the other FromSoft games that I've played so far, well, that's really only Bloodborne and Dark Souls 1, right? In both games, the items that you can buy at Smiths are always behind what you find in the game world, right? Meaning that you have to decide on one weapon that you fully upgrade to the current max level. And then if you have another weapon that you like, you aren't actually able to upgrade it to the same level, right? Just because there is a very limited amount of the actual sort of current upgrade item, and the sort of the vendors where you would be able to buy upgrade items only have ones that are of lower quality than the one that you would need in order to infuse another weapon to the same level as the one that you're currently using, right? Which is a bit unfortunate. I've never really liked that design because it means that you can never really switch to a different weapon, right? You're stuck with the one that you chose to use most of the time, or the one that you chose to upgrade. In Dark Souls 1, it wasn't quite as I guess, stiff as it is in Bloodborne, especially because in Dark Souls, you're able to upgrade weapons in other ways, right? You can upgrade them to be magic weapons. You can also later on create weapons out of the boss's souls, which seems to be a thing here as well, because the description of the souls very much hints at that. And that means that there are other weapons in the game that can surpass even a very a very far upgraded normal weapon simply by being a special weapon, right? Whereas in Bloodborne, all of the weapons are sort of on the same level, and the only difference in strength is really, well, how easy they are to use for you personally, and then maybe and then the amount that you've upgraded them, right? But I really, really like, so I've only found, I think, 3 or 4 large titanite shards at that point, at this point in Dark Souls 2, but I already found one, a smith in this case, that can sell them to me. That's really cool. Oh, hi. Yeah, of course, I remember you. You followed me 5 days ago. Twitch actually still tells me that, so that's kind of nice. But yeah, I remember you. Hi. What's up? How are you? So yeah, I mean, I guess if I can buy large titanite shards, that probably means that I should actually reinforce my current weapon, huh? And infusing the weapon is probably, let me see, what does that mean? Oh yeah, okay. So I can use the other stones that I have to make them have different elements. That's very cool. No talk run. That's a great idea. Haven't actually seen anybody do something like that. I guess that's kind of a neat idea to. Well, what would that do? I mean, I guess then you're not really. You're still able to use stuff that you find, but you can't really upgrade anything. You can't level. I mean, it also limits you probably in just the stuff that you're able to get, right? A couple of rings and things like that. Yeah, that sounds pretty interesting. So that's even more, I guess, more difficult than just not leveling, right? Because I think a lot of people that I saw who did like no level runs in Bloodborne and stuff, they sometimes still upgrade their weapons, for example, right? So not talking to NPCs in general would also make it so that you can't do that. Sounds pretty fun. And yeah, you can't buy stuff and yeah. 6 hours for you to kill the... Whoa. Yeah, that's a very long time. Although, well, 6 hours... Yeah, it's quite long. But, well, considering that you... I mean, I guess the last DLC boss would probably be one of the hardest ones, right? And on base level without any upgrades and stuff. Doesn't it take like ages to kill them in general? So I guess it would already take you quite a long time for one attempt, even. NPC. Wait, you just killed everybody? I mean, I guess if you don't talk to them, then that isn't really a problem, right? But okay. Though calling on a phantom, isn't that technically... I mean, I guess you're not really talking to them, but... Wait, it even takes 3 minutes to get to the boss? Okay, but this guy very clearly has the elemental infusion stuff, but I don't really want to do that right now. I think I just want to upgrade my weapon. But the boss fight itself doesn't take that long? Or... Because I'd imagine if you don't upgrade anything, or if you're still base level, aren't you just doing a tiny amount of damage to them? I'd imagine that takes just a fairly long time to chip down their health as well. Without even considering that you probably can't be hit by them as well, right? Because they probably... Wait, wouldn't they one-shot you as well? If you're not leveled? I mean, depending on, I guess, your gear. Oh yeah, this takes 2. Well, I guess now that I found the second one, I'm just going to upgrade this to +5. Kind of a shame I didn't find him first. That would have made the fight with this pursuer guy a lot easier.
Flame. Dear Flame.
I wonder how he's even able to upgrade my stuff, considering that he's pretty much... seems pretty wasted. There's also a bunch of chests just around him. Yeah, that certainly long and unfair sounds like fun, I guess. But yeah, I get it. I mean, the challenge is the fun in that case, right? It's probably pretty awesome once you've actually done it. But, boah, things like that. 5 Titanite shards. Especially if you're stuck on one thing like for a really, really long time. And 2 large Titanite shards as well. Wait, doesn't that mean that I can upgrade my mace even further? Because the one thing that I always struggle with a little bit, I mean, I guess most people do, is that once you have, especially if the bosses have multiple phases, that was a big thing for me. I think in Sekiro with one boss, I had a problem where I learned the first 2 phases, and they weren't really even that difficult, but I struggled on the third one, right? And with like 2 or 3 attacks that he did that I didn't really knew how to properly dodge. And so, well, the problem is if you have to go through the first 2 phases every time just to get to the point where you were before, then sometimes you're just kind of impatient, or you're making these easy mistakes, right? And that can really drag down your your patience. I mean, in general, that's where I usually take breaks, when I realize that I'm making those easy mistakes. I'm just, going to take a break, attempt it the next day, and usually that's a lot better than in those cases. But yeah, I imagine if you die very, very quickly and the boss fight's just really long, the difficult healing part is probably also down to you can't level the adaptability as well, right? So how long did the fight take as a whole fight though? With that low amount of damage, doesn't it take probably 10 minutes or even longer to just, the HP in general to get them down? Ooh, I need 3 large Titanite shots now? And that's unfortunate. Oh well. I'll find enough. I could just buy one. Completely forgot. Yeah, let me just do that. Just get one of them. And because this is definitely 2,500 is not even half of what one level costs. And upgrading my weapon is probably a lot better than just leveling. Now I need chunks. Okay. Well, I mean, a +6 at this point almost feels unfair. 7 minutes. Wow. Yeah, that's probably really annoying if you die like 5 minutes in, right? And usually in those cases, at least for me, it always feels like it's taking even longer than that, because the health bar moves so slowly, right? You sometimes feel like you're not really making any kind of progress. Oh, I haven't even opened the door yet. Wait. Oh. I guess this door just stays locked? Okay. Well, I mean, I have the access point. I also... do I want to rest at the bonfire? So technically I should continue over there. I still want to... I mean, I need to go back to the other bonfire anyway, which would then bring me back here as well. So I probably want to find out what's over here first. I kind of want to try to respawn this pursuer guy here. I wonder what triggers that. Oh yeah, true. Probably don't really look at the health bar anyway, right? Especially since you probably need to concentrate a fair amount all the time so that you don't make any mistakes in that case. Why do I hear an enemy? Is he behind this door? Well, there's two dudes here. Oh. And then there's probably an item here as well. Oh, and enemies. Great. Well, at least they don't explode. Oh, they do. Wait. Wait, that's how they explode? They just jump down on the floor and just explode? Okay. Interesting. Wanderer hood coat and shanties and boots. Guess I can't get in there. Quagmire, brief respite. Why are there so many pools of blood here? What the hell happened? Alright, let's see what this wandering thing is actually about. Wanderer hood. Hood for the roving type. Light, sturdy leather made for long journeys. Well, that's kind of uninteresting. I mean, I guess they could be better than what I'm currently wearing, but other than that... Yeah, one of them just hit me. I mean, it dealt... What was it? I mean, I guess it probably deals more damage if you're really close to him. It dealt about... I think that was about 40% of my health bar. I just didn't know that... I didn't notice that before, because there were these guys in here as well, right? There's one sitting, like, behind here, and he's just sitting there, and then suddenly exploded. And I was wondering why or how they actually explode. Interesting. So they jump down on the floor, and I guess their body bursts into ashes. I wonder how that works. Oh, that's the starter pack. Okay, yeah. It makes sense that it's some sort of basic armor then. I mean, it's kind of cool that they always put the... It doesn't really matter with what you start, right? I get that. That they put all of the different armors that you would be able to get at the start into the game. So that it doesn't really matter at the end. Oh, there's a ladder here. Well, that's... But at the same time, it's a bit strange sometimes when you then... And when you don't know what kind of starting gear the other classes have, and then you suddenly find them and you're wondering why they are so sort of basic. Although then again, you'd probably... Where the hell are you going? Like, logically, it must be one of the starter things, right? Oh, whoopsie. Oh. Another common fruit. Why isn't there a staircase here? That's weird. So he has to run over there? Interesting. Also interesting that they're not programmed to actually just shoot at the barrels. I guess they don't really want to kill themselves, but if you're not standing next to the barrels, or you notice the way around this whole thing, then the barrels are sort of useless to them. Oh right, you can like two-hand, or not two-hand, but have weapons in both hands, right? I haven't actually tried that so far. Although I'm not using my shield that much, but having two weapons probably takes a lot of stamina, right? Because I'm already, well, not necessarily struggling, but if I roll like 2-3 times and then also hit the enemy, it does take quite a lot of stamina away. Still want to hit random walls. That's what Dark Souls 1 taught me, I guess. What's that thing to the right? Oh, there's another one of these wall faces as well. Is that a normal dude? Or is that one of those ninja dudes that I found in the wharf? I have a feeling there's a bunch of stuff that's gonna poison me here. I'm only seeing... I think there's another one back there? Or is that the only enemy here? Oh no, that's treasure chests. Ugh, what is this thing? Is there really only that one guy here? There has to be more to this room, right? You're really... Oh, right, they also have this claw thing that poisons you. I was kind of expecting more than this, to be honest. What is the statue doing here? I guess one of these probably has like a poison trap in them, right? I'd imagine. I think this one? No. Twin blade. I don't think that I've gotten this so far. Nope. A twin blade fashioned from rare Geisteel. Geisteel? I think it's pronounced Geisteel, right? Gay? Designed for high-ranking Drangleic knights, hence the decorative design. Geisteel equipment is of the finest make. Geisteel is so rare that very few of these weapons were actually used in combat. Didn't I find another? I think I have another one of these. Was it this one? No, actually not. I thought I had something else that was made out of the same steel for some reason. Oh, whoops. The parrying dagger. That's also new, I think. Where is it? Wait, what? Oh, right at the start. Unlike standard weapons, this dagger is intended for parrying. Accomplishments are forever out of reach to those who constantly fear failure. A true warrior hones his body and mind and peers far beyond immediate hardship. It's intended for parrying? Interesting. So that might actually be something that you'd hold instead of a shield as well, right? I wonder if parrying is much easier with it compared to a shield. Technically that would make sense, right? Because if... like, the shield can also block hits. Whereas this one can't, really. So, it's only used for parrying. I wonder if that's actually easier with it. I also thought that these things were the poisonous barrels. And what are these weird statues doing here? guess this one can still be a trap then? Nope. Bone staff. Oh, is that finally a staff? Where I would be able to use magic? I guess that's, yeah, bone staff. Staff crafted with animal bones, a catalyst for sorceries and hexes. Properly trained sorcerers receive their first staff from their master after reaching a certain level of accomplishment. Those without proper training must devise something of their own making. What do I need for that, though? I need to go here. Where is it? Here. 20? This requires 20 intelligence? Scales with... what is this? Dark. So I guess it's more a staff for dark magic? I only have the... what's it called? The basic... no, I have the other solar arrow as well. Yeah, I don't really want to level intelligence that far. I mean, I would maybe... if I had other magic that I could use, that I knew of. But leveling intelligence just for the heck of it, I don't know whether or not that's really a great idea. I mean, it does sound like a very cool moveset, to be honest. Parrying with a dagger instead of with a shield. Well, yeah, the main thing that I'm wondering is whether or not it's easier with a dagger. Just because you're probably also taking more damage if you don't do it properly. I do wonder, though, if it actually helps with attacking. I mean, I guess after you parry, you can then just hit them both with your main hand weapon and the dagger as well. Sounds pretty cool. Or it actually might be, I mean, considering that it's in this room as well, if you use it together with the staff, that might also be a cool idea. To have, like, if you're a sorcerer, that would make a lot more sense, right? Instead of carrying a shield around, you would just carry a dagger to parry. That would also be pretty cool, probably. Especially if you really want to go for that, like, typical... I mean, I guess in most RPGs, like, magic users typically have small daggers or something like that. At least that's how it is in Elder Scrolls. Usually they also run around with a dagger for some reason. And the twin blade as well, yeah. Although that's more like a normal sword, I guess, right? Let me actually see. Scimitar, where is it? Oh, that requires 26 dexterity. Holy shit. That's a lot more than I thought. Oh! Because of that. Somehow I wasn't really connecting the name to the actual weapon, because the symbol looked so different. It does look very cool. But yeah, 26 dexterity, that's a lot. It's not really for me, I guess, in this playthrough. I think I still have one of these, so I'll activate this one first. Probably only leads to a couple more chests. I do very much like that these things illuminate the room that you're in. That's very cool. Wait a second, how did I activate this last time? Oh, right. Just rolled into it, I guess. Soul vessel. Oh. Wait, what? That's all? I mean, well, I guess the thing is, if they included multiple of these into the game, then... I mean, in a way, that's pretty cool, right? I would probably be able to just spec into dexterity now if I wanted to. Or I could just spec into intelligence now that I found that staff. In a way, that's kind of cool. It's just interesting that they give you something like that, like, fairly early on. Even multiples of it. Alright, I always forget that you can also two-hand. I so rarely use it. Although I guess the fact that I'm not really able to use it is oh, that's a really cool attack. Wait, what does it actually mean though? In Dark Souls 1 it always meant that you were very sluggish when you weren't able to properly wield the weapon. I guess here it just drains you of a lot more stamina? Well, I do have a pretty wide open spot there at the end of the combo, right? That's probably not the case if I can use it properly. Also, I think the character animation just looks slightly different, right? After you attack? Or, I guess that was because I was out of stamina? Yeah, it might have been that. I thought for a second that it was like a special animation because I was using something that I'm not strong enough for. I mean, either way, it's kind of cool that they have these animations here. Oh. Well, that was... Guess this is not a real one? Or are they talking about somebody else? Why is there a hole here? Oh. Well, this certainly does remind me of Bloodborne. It looks fairly uncomfortable. Skeptic Spice. Another new thing. Where is it? Oh, right, I completely forgot that I had this as well. Lowers required faith by 1 for chosen spell. A spice exuding a peculiar aroma. A spell demands devotion from its caster, but using the spice makes the chosen spell attainable with 1 less faith. Will only work with assistance from a certain person. Probably the woman that sells you the faith miracle things. Maybe. The spice does not raise one's faith, but only obfuscates the requirement. This would be pretty cool if they also existed for magic. Because I would most definitely use that. Since I only have 6 faith, it doesn't really help me at all. But... yeah. I guess there might be a couple of people who actually have that in their basement or something. This sounds weird. Do I want to just go back down again though? Where does this lead? What makes this weird sound? Guess it's these guys? This doesn't look familiar though. Kind of want to check out what the treasure chest was about, and there's also... oh, I guess I can... yeah. Just go back up and then I can get to that room as well. What kind of enemy are they talking about? Wilted dusk herb. What is this message? Seriously? Wait, there's no enemy here. And another new item, I think. This one. A wilted and faded stalk of dusk herb restores a great deal of spell uses. A dusk herb in bloom works wonders, but will wilt in the blink of an eye. Needless to say, finding such an herb is of the utmost difficulty. There are quite a lot of these really cool items here, but I mean, they're not really all that useful if you only ever find one or two of them. If I wear a spellcaster, for example, it's not really that helpful, right? Also, who are you? Are you the king that I'm looking for? The great soul or whatever? I mean, he does look faintly similar to the big statues next to the castle after the Forest of the Fallen Giants, but also a little bit different. And he's holding some sort of scroll, I guess, which might connect him to all of this magic sorcery stuff here. No idea who you are supposed to be, though. This almost looks like something that could move. I don't think it will, though, but, you know, could be. That would actually be pretty awesome if you could, like, lower the requirements of really, really good miracles all the way down to your level. I mean, just lowering it by one. I mean, I guess it honestly depends on how many of those items you can actually find in a playthrough. Because, I mean, getting one level isn't all that much, so I don't know. Probably would just level instead of using the item. Oh, the statue? Wait, were you talking about the bigger or the smaller statue? Because he's just holding a normal sword, right? I think that's supposed to be a sword. And I guess that's a she isn't holding anything. I was just wondering about the scroll in his left hand. Almost makes him look like he would also be some sort of magic user, maybe. I just wonder who he is. The other big statues that we saw at the castle, they had helmets on though, so it would probably be fairly hard to compare them to him. Does this lead to the same place as the elevator does? Probably. This looks like a trap. Sort of reminds me of Sense Fortress in Dark Souls 1. I mean, I guess there's no way to know. Don't test it out, or maybe it's not. What? Oh, this just leads back. Oh! Huh. There's a hole in the wall that I saw earlier. Well, I certainly didn't expect this. Wait, wasn't one of those enemies still alive? I guess I didn't rest at one fire. Why can... Oh, I guess this is how you were meant to get to the barrel from behind to open up the wall. Most likely. Gwyn. Probably the normal way, to be honest. I actually don't really remember. Or I guess, yeah, it was probably the normal way, because otherwise I would probably remember there being something special about it. So I guess the only way I can continue is this one then. Why do they have to put it over a dark abyss like that? That way it's unnecessarily scary of using this thing. Alright. Now I just need to watch out to not be blown up by these weird zombie things, or mummy things. Oh, parrying? Well, I very rarely actually do something with parry, which... yeah, I should probably just do more with that, to be completely honest. Or in general, just... oh, he's stuck in that thing. What the hell are they doing with these guys? I always want to parry more, actually. I really like the parrying system in Bloodborne, and I kind of like it here as well. It's just... for some reason, I just very rarely use it. How did you guys end up in these weird-looking things? I wonder what they're doing here. I mean, they're clearly not really alive anymore. There's a lever right here. And this is where it came from, and then I guess this just leads back down to the other item that I saw. What are you doing here? Whoa! Well, he just noped the fuck out of here. So many places to go. But that looks actually pretty funny if they're just jumping like that. I wonder though, like, what is it that actually explodes? This looks kind of weird. Why would they explode when they land on their stomach? Wait, hidden path? What the hell? What? Wait. So there are actually, well, I mean, they're different than the walls in Dark Souls 1. These actually look like proper hidden things that were implemented in build. Not just magic walls, but okay. And that's all you get for that? Okay. Yeah, parries are actually really satisfying. That's true. It's a very cool system. I wish the game would actually incentivize you to do that more. I mean, in a way... Well, now I've obviously upgraded my weapon quite a bit, but... I don't know. It's... like, most enemies, at least so far, especially in Dark Souls 2, more so than in 1, actually... just seem... easy to the point where it's just very unnecessary to parry them. Oh. And they actually explode. I didn't notice that either. So they do actually explode. I just thought that one of them hit their... hit an exploding barrel with his stomach explosion, but I guess they also explode. And he was also doing some sort of praying pose before that happened. Very interesting as well. Oh, the Pursuer as well. Yeah, that's usually what I just don't try for some reason. Especially with bosses. I never really try parrying them. I mean, the Dragon Rider was fairly easy to defeat anyway, I guess. I mean, he's very, very slow, so I didn't really feel the need to do that. With the Pursuer, though, that might actually be pretty beneficial. Although if you can't repose, then I guess it's more to avoid damage rather than dealing a lot of damage, for the most part. Wait, so how the hell do I continue here? Guess this probably opens from somewhere. This is just for the explodey guys, and this was just the hidden wall. This is the way it came. Wait, wasn't there just a... Is there nothing else here? Okay. I can still get the item though. I guess I have to jump down from above. Oh right, I completely forgot that the lever was here. Right, I can also still go up top. Oh, the rush attack is the one when he's like very far away from you, right? And he rushes in and swings his sword. Although I just jump into his shield or towards his shield, and then he's also pretty wide open for an attack. So I don't know how beneficial it would really be to parry him. Ooh, that's a scary jump. Bonfire aesthetic? That sounds new. Burn in bonfire to strengthen nearby foes. Once the bonfire aesthetic is devoured by the flames, its effect can never be reversed. Be prepared before using this perilous ember. Fire exhibits a connection to the curse, and when the flame grows stronger, so does the curse. Interesting part of lore information there at the end. When the flame grows stronger, so does the curse. Okay, I guess this is just if you want more of a challenge. Or maybe they also potentially might drop more souls or something like that. I mean, I could just test it out, I guess, in an area that I already know. I would very clearly see how much that actually strengthens the enemies. So I guess that's what the number in the travel menu is referring to, actually. Interesting. Yeah, the glowing thrust grab, that would be actually pretty crazy if you could parry that. Would probably also, well, I mean, I guess it wouldn't really be easy to parry, right? So, ooh, that's a lot of damage. Wait, can I just jump down here? Oh yeah, that works. His thrust is actually not that difficult overall, but if he surprises you with it, it's pretty strong. It's a pretty good attack. Although, the one thing with the Pursuer that I'm not quite sure about, or that I had the most trouble with, is when he suddenly starts charging up his darkness attack. Although there might be a way to like break his charging animation or something. Maybe that's how you're supposed to deal with it. Because otherwise it's actually really hard to get away from those weird skull things that he summons that pursue you. What changes the area's difficulty to New Game Plus? It seems like a bit... well, is it a big jump? Well, I don't know. That's kind of interesting. Kind of a weird item. Especially since, I mean, you would most likely just use it... I mean, I guess if you want a proper challenge on New Game Plus, you can probably change it to, like, New Game Plus 2 or something. I mean, I'm gonna try it out anyway and see what that actually does, or what that means. I guess. Okay, so before I activate the lever though, I probably want to go onto the roof. Whoa. Hello there. Oh, I guess these are the guys that actually explode, right? The one that have the flames in them? Why do they have a flame in them? What does that mean? Why are they burning inside? Maybe there's some sort of... Oh, there's another bonfire here? With... Is that a statue? Hey, can I blow this thing up? You look unique. That's definitely a different statue compared to the other ones that I've seen so far. Huh. Interesting that they're not really reacting to me. I wonder what this guy is. So this is the second unique petrified statue that I've seen. I wonder if he's an NPC that I can save? So now I'm missing 2 branches of yore again. And then this, well, this bonfire seems to be very close to, if there is a boss behind that fog gate, seems to be very close to it. So you probably want to do that before fighting the boss, I'd imagine. Or you can just run behind him? Okay. I thought that, I mean, I was able to dodge the first, like, I think he summons 8 skulls, and like 4 at first, 4 or 5 or something like that, and then another 4 or 5. And I was able to roll away from the first attack that he did, but not the second one. I mean, yeah, if you can just run behind him, that's actually pretty easy. Well, does this go back down? Or does it stay up? So, another bonfire here then. Eight life gems. Okay. Well, now they're making it really obvious that there is a boss over there, huh? Or maybe not. There's also shooty guys over there, though. Seriously? So they're just shooting me when I'm trying to get over the bridge? I mean, I still need to go back to that first bonfire. There's definitely still a lot that I missed here. So I wonder if I start this area from the other bonfire. And you probably should be able to do a couple more things. Oh, wait a second, now I'm actually above from where I came, I just noticed. That's the way down there. That's where it came from. And then where that item is I guess, where that other dude was shooting me from. I can't get there since the door is locked. And the bonfire is blocked as well. So what do I want to do next? Either I could just check out the boss. What I kind of want to do... I mean, if I rested the bonfire now, it's obviously going to respawn everything. So he's not doing anything special though, he's just shooting fire darts. And I mean, he's just a normal enemy. I mean, the issue is that I have absolutely no idea where I would be able to get another branch of yore from. So maybe in the future I should actually keep those branches once I find them. But then again, I also want to know what was behind the other statues, right? Although considering the look, wait, where is the bonfire exactly? It's actually been quite a while. Yeah, there would be a lot of dudes between the bonfire and the boss, right? I think. Every freaking time. Because the bonfire is over here. That would probably be a very annoying run back to the boss. I don't know if I want to wait until I get... Oh, this one's actually called Macduff's Workshop. Well, that's interesting. I guess it makes sense. So maybe so that must be what the number is referring to, right? Bonfire intensity. So if I burn one of those things that I just found, it would make the enemy stronger. I wonder how many of those items you can actually find, though. These numbers make it seem like you can actually do that quite a lot. Tower part. Do I need to go back to Majula? Not really, actually. Let's check this thing out first, and then I'll go back to Majula to level, probably. Or to find out whether or not something changed there. So here we have only this dude. I wonder where else this leads. Can I not even go here? This is weird. Oh, hi. Oh, he's very confused. Another large Titanite shard. Nice. Where the hell am I? So I would be able to jump down here. There's actually a treasure chest as well. So... was I already in there? Wait a second, where did I come from? This is the tower with the bonfire. And I think I've already been on that bridge, right? I just haven't been down here. I'm pretty sure. And I think I have to go down here anyway? Well, not necessarily, but probably going to go this way first. Oh, seriously. This small step, already too much for the Dark Souls characters. Oh, what the? I think I should have been able to hit him there from behind, but whatever. Okay, and now this way I can actually open this door from this side. Yeah, I've already been there, and there's yet another statue that I can't get past. So at this point I have, I think, 3 more statues. But no branch of yore. Oh, and she's already gone again. Alright. So this way didn't actually do all that much. Because this basically just returns me to the bonfire where it just came from, so this isn't really much of a shortcut for any kind of thing. Unless this is. Okay, this seems to be like an annoying room. Guess I'll kill that guy. Oh no, I can't even go back there. Never mind. Of course, you're jumping down as well, huh? Oh, nope. Nope, nope, nope. That's not what I wanted. That's not what I wanted at all. Although I'm really close to the bonfire anyway. I was coming through the window the next time. That was, yeah, not really how I planned this to go. There is one thing that I'm still kind of, well, I wouldn't really call it struggling, but something that's definitely just different to, well, Dark Souls 1 and, yeah, mainly Dark Souls 1. I think in Dark Souls 1 it's much easier to actually hit multiple enemies with your weapons. Like that, right? When the 3 dogs attack you. Royal Swordsman Leggings. Oh. Wait, what? Oh. Well, I'm sure glad that didn't kill me. Oops. Yeah, that should have probably done a lot more damage to me. But, never mind, I guess. But yeah, the, what was it that I was talking about? The thing with the swing? I mean, I guess the mace just has a very narrow sort of attack pattern. Maybe that's because of the mace? Because I never played with the mace before, right? So maybe it's because of that, and it's actually just different to how it would go with a sword. It's just rather interesting to me that when the dogs are next to you like that, you'd imagine that a swing like this would actually hit 2 of them at the same time. But somehow in Dark Souls 2 they can sort of overlap their hitboxes in a way where you can always only hit 1 of them. It's very rare that you're able to actually hit multiple enemies with an attack. Essentially, at least with the mace, right? Not really, I don't know how it's with other stuff, but with the mace, that's certainly a thing. Oh wait, never mind. This is where it just... Huh. Oh, there's also a big bell. Interesting. Who is this dude fighting? Hi! You're back! Once again. That was a weird... Seriously. Nope. What? 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 What just happened? I guess my curse resistance was high enough? Or something? Oh. Oh, right, the other one, yeah. The one that I killed in the Things Betwixt also dropped Twinkling Titanite, didn't he? Wait, what the hell? So... I guess I just tanked that, pretty much? Because for some reason he only did it once this time, so the other dude, the other pursuer that I fought down next to the other bonfire over there somewhere, he did the curse attack twice. That's why I died to it. Or no, I actually didn't die to it. I died to his sword attack later on, to his thrust attack. So I guess I can just tank one of them? Okay. Shade ahead, try attacking. Well, that probably is talking about him. So he appears here as well. I wonder if he's the same dude from over there. Or if there's two of him here? Now I'm really intrigued why he's constantly appearing. I mean, the description that we have from his soul, well, does hint at that, right? It hints at him pursuing, well, undead, or us specifically. Covetous Silver Serpent Ring. Fragrant Branch of Yore. There it is! At least one. So, yeah. I don't know. And that's the same one that I already have. No, I have the +1. Wait a second. Why do I have a +1? And this one only has this? I mean, I guess it would stack, right? I mean, I don't really need more souls. But... Yeah, the interesting part about this is that now he's sort of a normal enemy, but at the same time he's not well, definitely not a normal enemy, but also we don't really get any more information about him, right? I mean, we got information from his... Maybe I should actually read that again. Let me check. But it wasn't that much, right? The Pursuer, who seeks the bearer of the sign, will not rest until his target is slain. It's calling it the Pursuer, though, right? Hinting at the fact that it's maybe only one. So I guess I'm never really killing him, right? It's always just a shade. The thing that's confusing me a bit is that he is actually a proper boss in the first level, right? That makes it a bit weird. I think it would have actually been cooler if he'd always just been this weird enemy that suddenly would attack you at certain places, and you were never quite sure when he was going to do that. Because this way it just seems a bit weird. Why is he an actual boss, while at the same time also being this weird enemy that sometimes suddenly decides to appear and attack you? I mean, either way, he's still very intriguing. Why am I doing this weird movement? Now the question just becomes, well, what do I do with the Branch of Yore? I could either unlock this path here to the left and see if there is something interesting going on. Or it's 11 PM where I am. So I'm not going to play much longer, actually. Royal Swordsman Helm. Oh, right, I also got something else, I think. What's he... Oh, right, I completely forgot that they also had the flame. And for some reason... So the flame doesn't... I mean, I guess he threw it in the wrong direction. For some reason, their scythes can explode these barrels. I don't know, that's a weird thing. Two-handing ahead? What? Can I just destroy it this way? No. I mean, I don't really want to use it here, right? I probably want to use it for the boss bonfire. Though, I mean, technically, maybe the boss isn't even that difficult, but still. Even just for completion's sake, I want to use the branch. Also, I'm interested in seeing who the dude next to the other bonfire actually is. And now it just doesn't explode. Very interesting. Huh. Yeah, I'm from Germany, actually. Oh, right, Hungary is... I think we don't have that much, that many more time zones towards the east, right? Where actually is the next one? Probably Ukraine or something? Oh. Seriously. These hitboxes are slightly annoying sometimes. Oops. Do I wanna... No, your English is pretty good. I mean... I'm probably not that perfect either. I'm not a native speaker as well. As long as we can understand each other, everything's fine. Yeah, he does Huh. That was not a good timing. Freaking stamina. So, I wonder why he despawned last time I was here. Oops. Nope. What the... So I guess he's just despawning once you leave his particular area? Not much of a pursuer, is he? Oh, interesting. I wonder what prompts him to spawn. So I guess... He probably despawned immediately last time I was here because I think I came in like this and then sort of did a backstab because I think the dude was shooting me or something. And that's probably what prompted him to immediately despawn again. If you sort of cross this threshold. It's kind of a weird way of doing this, right? Because the enemies sort of lead you to do exactly that, right? You would naturally probably go over here, then go back a bit to bait out the dog and the fire arrow dude, and that prompts him to then just despawn. I mean, I guess I can always just come back here, right? Because the only reason to fight him would probably be that I get another Twinkling Titanite from him, I guess. Oh, the two thrust, yeah, what he did here, right? That's also something. I mean, it's not too difficult to avoid his attacks because most of them have sort of a very similar speed. I guess the only really different speeds is when he does his big sort of jump from above, the finisher of his combo, or one of the other, like his curse thrust attack as well. They're definitely a bit longer. They have a longer wind up, right? And you need to wait a bit to roll away in order to not get hit. His attacks are very cool. I like him very much. Definitely, well, probably the coolest enemy, also the most challenging one, obviously, that I've encountered so far. I just wish that it wasn't quite so weird in terms of where he spawns and how he spawns. That's sometimes a bit finicky, I feel like. I don't know. I mean, I guess it makes sense that he just doesn't come back right away. That would maybe make it too easy. In a way, he's kind of like the crystal lizards from the first game that also dropped the Twinkling Titanite, right? You kind of need to, I guess, fight him right away. Which does make sense to an extent. Just kind of ironic, I guess, that he's called the Pursuer, but then doesn't actually pursue you. I guess the only way in which he actually pursues you is because he just constantly spawns somewhere. Training buddy, yeah, that's certainly a way to look at him. I mean, it's very cool that he always returns like this. I almost wish that he was even more random than that. Almost like Mr. X or whatever he's called from... Oh, now he's actually a proper smith and not standing around there being all drunk. So I guess I can open this now. Nice. But yeah, if the Pursuer would be a bit more like Mr. X from Resident Evil 2, where he just randomly sort of walks behind you. I mean, I guess that doesn't really work in Dark Souls, especially because you can fast travel between the bonfires. But just, you know, slightly like that. Instead of having these very dedicated spawn locations where he always appears, just a bit... slightly bit of randomness towards where he attacks from. Or I guess just a couple spawn locations or something like that. Although, considering, I mean, if you haven't played the game before, then it's still kind of random for you, right? You never know when he's going to appear, so that's kind of cool. Especially since he never really appears when you first go to an area. At least in this case, right? I went through here first without any problems, just did all the enemies, stuff like that, just a normal area. And then when I came back, then he spawned. It's pretty cool how they did that. Alright, but now I actually need to think about what I wanted to do. Although, well, first of all, I should probably check out what I got. Because I think I missed a couple of things that I found. So I need to remember to go back to Majula, but I want to do that anyways. To level up. I need to go back to the things betwixt with these things. I want to unlock the final bonfire here. Alright. And then I just found the craftsman's hammer. Looks like a typical hammer, but is in fact incredibly sturdy. Some say it was the hammer used long ago by a famed blacksmith of yore. Maybe they're talking about the blacksmith from Dark Souls 1? Long ago. And then... was there something else? How do I already have so many of these again? I need to find out where the dude went that I could sell stuff to. Royal Swordsman. I found this one. Right. Helmet of a Royal Swordsman. The shape provides defense while allowing great mobility. Stripped of ornamentation, this particular helm is designed strictly for battle. King Vendrick supplied his bravest men with the best armor available to face the great giants, but very few returned alive. So this is what the dudes are wearing that are holding the great swords, right? Hungarian helm? I think I haven't read this one either. The coastline stretches far beyond this northern... no, never mind. It has the same description as the other stuff of that set. But I don't think that there was anything else. I mean, I found the second ring. That's pretty much it. I have a lot of well, not a lot, but 3 Twinkling Titanite at least. Andre, yeah, that's his name, right. Although I don't know, I mean, is his hammer ever referenced in Dark Souls 1? Old smithing hammer.
I ought to fetch a new ember. Flame, dear flame.
A new ember? Probably meaning that there's also going to be a couple more in this game as well. I mean, I guess that makes sense. Considering there were, how many? 5 or something I found in Dark Souls 1, I think? Different embers. Well, I can't reinforce my weapon, but I could potentially reinforce my armor. Although I would have to think about whether or not I actually want to keep using what I have currently equipped. I'm not too sure about that. Although considering that I'm probably about to fight a boss, maybe I should think about it. Then he didn't really have anything else either. Interesting that he only sells one of these. Strange that they capped this one, but not the large Titanite. Because the repair powder, I mean, it's nice to have, but it is fairly rare that you actually... Unless, well... I mean, I guess if you're using a weapon that doesn't have a lot of durability, right, you probably want a lot more repair powders. But if you actually need repair powder, there isn't. At least I don't really know of a way how you would be able to get an unlimited amount currently. So, kind of weird. Okay, let's see, he doesn't respawn, right? Nope. How the hell did it get to that other bonfire? I think it was this way, right? Now I keep... Oh, I have to keep an eye out for these things again. Oh, right, there were dogs here as well. Wasn't there? Yeah. Oh, you. Wait. Where did you come from? Did you follow me out of that room? Wasn't there also a dude that dropped down from the roof? Huh. Interestingly enough, the 3 dudes in the well do not respawn. Oh yeah, you. I was waiting for you. Yeah, so that's the helmet that I found. It's from these dudes. I want to go back to the bonfire with the statue in front of it. I think this is just too funny to me that he's just... He doesn't know any other way to get to me, so he has to... Oh, hi. Nope. I completely forgot about the second one. It's just so strange that he has to run over to the ladder. Oh yeah, that was very intelligent. Well, now I have to go back there. Wait, did he drop something? No. Sometimes their weapons, or maybe it was the dude in the back shooting? Sometimes the weapons of enemies also make barrels explode, which, I don't know, doesn't really make sense to me in a way. Oh yeah, he is also here. Yeah, the petrified looking guy. Oh, I forgot that he always poisons. The lift was here, right? Yeah. What, to the toilet? Like... Which one do you mean? Oh, yeah, that would be, oh boy, not the best side. Oh right, this thing also stays open. So the bonfire was up here, right? Yes, next to all these dudes. $312 souls is also actually quite a lot for enemies that don't even fight back. But wait, you meant the entrance where the dude almost exploded himself? Oh, forgot about him. Wait, what? Oh, I was already here. Oh, right, I went down too far. Didn't even want to go here. So, let's see who this dude here is. And whether or not... So, this door is also still locked somehow. Let's see what happens. Are you an enemy, or are you an... You're not an enemy. You look cool.
Still a bit stiff, I'm afraid. I must thank you, young traveler. I am Strayed, a wandering sorcerer of sorts. I've been a guest for a very long time, but I don't think that anybody will miss me.
Always with the Dark Souls laugh at the end. He does seem to be fairly friendly. Also, I think I recognize the voice from somewhere.
Very good indeed. Cursed one, weak you may be, but I, Strayed, will teach you my spells.
Hey, finally somebody actually does that. Oh, you can also learn a gesture from him. Mock.
How long was I sat petrified? Long enough for the old kingdom to have...
I mean, he certainly has a pretty cool sort of attitude.
Why didn't anyone wake me sooner?
a cool voice. And he also looks, I mean, he looks awesome. That set has a very, very cool design.
Grand Lake. I've never heard the name. Is that what they call this place now?
Wait, what? How long were you petrified?
Very good indeed.
If he doesn't even know what the... So Drangleic is, in our time, already a fairly old kingdom, right? It pretty much already fell completely to ruin and is completely infested with hollows. And he was petrified at a time where it wasn't even called Drangleic?
Cursed ones were
Wow.
imprisoned within this land. Of course, you came of your own free will.
Wait a second. Cursed ones were imprisoned here?
The cursed ones like a plague. Some people would rather keep dreadful things out of sight, out of mind. In the end, they swept them up and corralled them here.
That must have been a very long time ago, though.
Typical of meek minds, don't you think?
Why do people think that this... I mean, I guess because they locked up the cursed ones here. Nowadays, people then think that somehow this place must be connected to the curse, and maybe that's why people with the curse come here? Because otherwise that's kind of backwards, right? You wouldn't necessarily want to go to a place where you know that people like you were imprisoned before. So something must have seriously changed over the years then. Yeah, I mean, clearly there is something going on with the kingdoms here, where it's not quite clear why they even, I guess, exist in this current state. But this is very interesting that they at one point imprisoned cursed ones here, and now seemingly cursed ones come here of their own free will.
People became aware of their own frailty. They seized anybody they found undesirable, cursed or no, and impounded them here. Whoever posed even the slightest threat was removed, all so that they could sleep better at night. They even turned the great Strayed into a stone.
Yeah, how though? How do they actually turn people into stone, I wonder?
Kingdoms rose and fell on this tract of earth. Mine was by no means the first. Anything that has a beginning also has an end. No flame, however brilliant, does not one day splutter and fade. But then, from the ashes, the flame reignites, and a new kingdom is born, sporting a new face. It is all a curse. And it is your cursed flesh that will inherit the flame.
Is it now?
Pyromancy was created by the ancient witch of fire. She harnessed the power of flame and melded it into pyromancy. The witch led her daughters into war against the Old Ones. But legends are legends.
So that's directly referencing the intro of Dark Souls 1, right? The witch and the pyromancy and all that kind of stuff? Yeah, the whole forgetting part is also very interesting. But I mean, people forget once they're here, right? So there must still have been something leading them here in the first place. And I wonder whether or not that was mainly just sort of a rumor that they heard about. So this is very interesting in that sense, because I wonder if there is even any reason or any good reason for cursed people to come here, or if it's only because they hear some rumors about this place being connected to cursed people. But in reality, it's just, well, they were imprisoned here once, so that's pretty much the only connection there, maybe. I mean, it doesn't necessarily have to be that way, but there's certainly... Otherwise, it's kind of weird that you would willingly go to a place where people like you were imprisoned before. Although, since time... I mean, I guess the structure must have been here, though, right? If he was petrified, then at least everything around him must have existed for that time, right? Otherwise he would be, I don't know. He certainly wouldn't have been standing in the doorway of a prison cell. So the prison cell must have existed at that point in time. I guess the kingdoms, just different kingdoms, different kings and people used this prison.
How long was I sat petrified? Long enough for the old kingdom to have crumbled, I see.
I think now he's repeating, right? I do want to go back to... So he doesn't know Dranglade?
Very good. The cursed ones were, of course, you. The people feared that some people would, in the...
Okay. I guess I've pretty much heard everything. It is very interesting that we're able to talk to a person that has been petrified for so long. It's also interesting, I mean, obviously they never really reference actual time frames, probably because time is such a weird thing in this universe. I mean, well, at least at the beginning of the game, it's always kind of hinted at that we were cursed, and we thought that there was something that could help us with the curse here, and that's why we came here. I mean, obviously, yeah, we don't really remember, seemingly, but at the same time, there's definitely, I guess, something there. Or, well, how do I actually... Now that I think about it, when was that talked about? Wasn't it somewhere at the... Sort of, not really right at the beginning, but certainly close to the beginning of the game. They were talking about people going to this place because of the curse. Because they thought that they were able to lift it when they came here. Something like that. The kind of interesting part about this game, and I guess that's sort of the cool, I guess, meta level that the first game has as well, right? Where it's sort of alluded to the fact that the people who don't play through it, who sort of give up on their journey, they're the ones that are actually turning hollow, right? That's sort of this meta level that the first Dark Souls has. And then in this game as well, almost... Because the NPCs are sometimes sort of talking a bit disconnected, and you never really have actual conversations. They're just sort of talking at you, and then sometimes there's just in general a lot of information that you get through NPCs and items, but at the same time there also doesn't exist some kind of central place for where that information is stored. So you as the player sort of need to take mental notes of everything that has been mentioned, right? And in a way, that's really, really interesting, because you sometimes sort of feel like that, as the player itself, right? You actually feel like you're forgetting something because it has been maybe mentioned once, or you've read it once in an item description, and then much late, like 30 hours later or something, it's mentioned again somewhere else. And then you sort of go, well, did I already hear that? Was there an item that mentioned that or something? It's kind of interesting, right? That you almost feel like you're forgetting some stuff yourself just because there is a lot of information and there isn't really any kind of central place where you could look at that information. And then also you sometimes just forget something, obviously, because it's been a while since you've actually read that certain piece of information. I don't know if that's intentional or if that's just a side product of how the game is designed, but it's kind of cool. All right, let's see. Ooh, he also sells this one. Extends length of spell effects. I actually got this in Dark Souls 1. It was much more expensive over there, wasn't it? Wasn't it like 20,000 souls or something in Dark Souls 1? Or 10,000 maybe? A gape ring. Absorbs souls in place of wearer. What? A ring affixed with an open vessel. The vessel insatiably absorbs souls in place of its wearer, who's left unaware even of their collection. All things are rooted in souls, but what drives our thirst for them? Abstinence from this elixir may be the truest homage to an enduring self. Wait, so with this ring you're just literally not getting souls? I wonder if it does something else to the ring, though. Seems like there would be more to it, huh? A ring used long, long ago in a land that existed where Drangleic does now. Extends length of spell effect. Oh my god. Alright, so I'm pretty sure that this ring in Dark Souls 1 has a description that explains where it came from. And also where... at least what it was called. Wait, so when Drangleic exists, where this ring comes from, a long time ago... well, technically I would be able to look up the item description in Dark Souls 1 and maybe figure out what existed here before. The ancient dragons were once worshipped in several nations, and rumors concerning objects of similar enchantment to this uncommon ring abound in many lands, though their origins are no longer verifiable. Yeah, it blocks you, so you basically don't get any souls, right? Is what it's doing. I was just wondering whether or not it might have some sort of additional effect that's not really mentioned here. Increases intelligence. Ooh, so this is the same as the faith ring that I would also be able to get. A ring blessed by the High Priest of Volgan. The clerics of the great city of Volgan are perennially entrenched in scandalous power struggles, but among them remain a few strong-willed, upstanding noblemen. The problem is I don't really know by how much it extends my intelligence, and also, considering that it costs 28,000 souls, that's about 5 to 6 levels currently. Which is probably more than the ring extends knowledge by, or intelligence rather. Rogue water, I already have that. Then he sells a bunch of things. Homing soul arrow, that's the one that's homes in on enemies, right? Obviously. One of the sorceries devised by Straight, the great mage of ancient Olaphis. Olaphis? I don't think I've ever heard that name. Also, it seemingly was devised by him, by the person that I'm talking to himself? Doesn't this exist in Dark Souls? Like, I mean, yeah, time's probably sort of weird, right? Which would explain why this might be different to the version from Dark Souls 1, or maybe devised by somebody else. 5 soul arrows that follow their targets to the ends of the earth. That's a very nice description. Strong magic shield. Imbues offhand shield with magic. Certain members of the Melfian Magic Academy scoff at these types of magic. The purists, in particular, are disdainful of anything vaguely linked to sword fighting. These descriptions are very different to Dark Souls 1, though. Which makes me wonder whether or not these sorceries came back? Or maybe they just found old scrolls that referenced them and then tried them out themselves? Or maybe they just came up with them literally themselves without any reference. And it just so happened to be the same thing that existed before. Cast light, a sorcery that dates farther back than recollection, creates a light that illuminates one's surroundings. Light banishes dark and reveals all. Whether this is desired is another matter. Not all that useful here, considering that you have a torch. Much more useful in Dark Souls 1, though. Resplendent Life, Great Miracle, so he also sells miracles for some reason. Cleric for Saul of Lindeld was a master of miracles who fought battles across the lands. His allies called him a holy knight, but his enemies feared him for his demonic powers. Unveil. A miracle that senses traitors, reveals the location of the nearest enemy or invading dark spirit. I guess that's very useful. Didn't I also find one of those items where you can sort of hide from other players? I think I did. So this then unveils them, probably. Those who serve the Lindeld Monastery willfully adhere to strict commandments. This miracle was created to castigate those who ignore the righteous teachings. A lingering flame. I wonder if I should invest more in pyromancy. This does need 2 attunement slots, though, and I don't have those. One of the pyromancies is devised by Straight. Release a static fireball that explodes when foes draw near. Sounds pretty cool. Sounds also like something that can blow up in your face if you don't expect them to run at you quite as fast as they sometimes do. Straight was an oddly gifted mage, well versed in both sorceries and pyromancies, but his curious temperament never allowed him to settle down in one place for very long. Flame Swathe. This only uses 1 attunement slot. Only 2 uses, though. One of the pyromancies devised by Straight. Great flames envelop and immolate faraway foes. Straight, always immersed in magic, never accepted an apprentice. As a result, much of his extensive knowledge is permanently lost. Wait, am I not talking? Wait. Did I misread that? Is he not called Straight, or was he talking about Straight? Our Splendid Life? Wait, it takes 5 minutes to restore your HP? That's long. I mean, I guess it's, in a way, it's very similar to the ring that also restores permanently restores HP. Isn't that also just like 1 HP per second or something? Like very, very slow, but you can essentially wait somewhere and heal yourself up. It's a bit unfortunate that it requires 25 faith. That's a lot. This one as well, 25 intelligence. It only really works if you spec into that right away, I guess. I mean, well, I guess you can start as a mage, right? So that would make it probably easier. Dark Orb. That's a hex that requires both faith and intelligence. A hex modified from an old sorcery by Gilead, the father of hexing, fires a heavy orb of darkness. To use hexes, equip a sacred chimer staff and attune a hex at a bonfire. Required equipment depends on hex. Okay. Sounds pretty cool. fires several orbs of darkness. Hexing is rooted in both sorcery and miracles, but is viewed as a perilous affront to all life and banned in most lands. I can imagine. It does sound very, very cool. Dark Fog. A hex that releases a temporary localized mist. Those who breathe in the mist are instantly assailed by poison. This hex is regarded as a poison due to the outward symptoms, but in fact the mist eats away at the target's inner essence. Ugh. Just the traits that led to the prohibition of hexing. I wonder how effective that is against enemies, though. Somehow, in games like these, when you can, like, poison enemies or something, that's never really all that useful. I think it's probably very useful against players in PvP, but not so much in PvE, I'd imagine. And Affinity, an advanced hex based on an ancient sorcery, creates a dark mass that seems to pursue its target with a will of its own. It appears to be a manifestation of an emotion, perhaps of hate, perhaps of love. And it requires 40 intelligence. Holy shit. I mean, it does sound very, very cool. It's a bit unfortunate. I mean, I guess I could always, at some point, do a New Game Plus run and actually try these things out. Because I don't think that I actually want to invest that much into it. The problem is the more basic spells are never really that good. Although then again, Soul Arrow was actually pretty beneficial in Dark Souls 1. Certainly a much more effective ranged combat, I felt like. Compared to like crossbows or anything. Well, then again, bows are still doing damage as well. I don't know. I mean, I can always come back to him, right? I mean, if it's even worse than the ring, that would be pretty bad. Yeah. I mean, I guess you could stack both the ring and the miracle, but still, I mean, I guess it's just sort of a passive thing, right? If you have attunement slots anyway, you might be able to use it, but then again, you probably just want to use something that's just in general a lot more useful. But that's, I guess, at least so far, it's definitely an issue with the miracles, right? The sorcery, obviously, there is quite a couple of really cool offensive spells that you can use, and it is ranged, right? So there's a benefit in that in general. But the miracles so far, I mean, they're mostly about healing, right? And most of them actually don't seem all that useful, especially considering that you can also buy life gems. And I don't know, with the amount of Estus that I have now, I don't really think that most of those miracles are actually, yeah, not that useful. What is this? Trading? Why is it called trading? Ooh, he can give me the... What the hell? That's sort of random? Okay. So he's the person that I can give the souls to get the very cool weapons that are based on the bosses. Oh, that's awesome. Kind of random. Okay. Why is he the one that I can trade with? But he is called Straight, so he's the one that actually devised those sorceries. I wonder how old he is technically. I mean, he's been petrified, yeah, but... Pursuer's Ultra Greatsword, so that's the actual sword that he uses. Known as the mightiest of the straight swords, it demands great strength and dexterity of its wielder. How much dexterity? 18. The Pursuer hunts down those branded by the curse, as if each undead soul that he claims will atone one of his sins. Still doesn't really explain why he does it, or if anybody set him up to the task. Warped Sword. Flexile Sentry Soul. That's one of the weapons that that thing was using. A curved sword forged from the soul of a Flexile Sentry, once straight but later twisted to reflect its warped owner. The Sentry crammed inmates of the overflowing Bastille onto a rickety ship and cast them out to the open sea. The majority of them drowned or starved, but a few hardy survivors made land to the south and imparted their knowledge of sorcery to the people there. So I guess that's the ship that we fought him on, right? Interesting that it references people with sorcery, not necessarily the sort of pirate-looking people in the wharf. Well, it does look pretty mighty to me. Well, yeah, considering that it's a weapon from basically sort of the first real boss that you fight, I'd imagine there's probably something stronger than it in the game as well. Arced Sword. Curved greatsword forged from the soul of the Flexile Sentry. There's something unsettling and at the same time beautiful about its long curved blade. The Sentry crammed inmates of the... alright, that's the same description. It's the same description. Yeah, the weird Sentry guy was using both of them at once, right? Or rather, sort of one side of him was using one weapon and the other side was using the other. He was the two-person in one, right? Oh, I could have already gotten him? I don't know, I have a couple of great swords, I think. Giant stone axe, 45 strength, holy shit. From the last giant. This weapon resembles a primitive stone tool, but is quite powerful owing to its immense size. King Venric disappeared as of the war with the giants reached its ferocious peak. Leaving his castle... That description goes over the box, that's weird. Wait, is there missing something? Disappeared as of the war with the giants reached its ferocious peak, leaving his castle. Some swear that upon hearing the news, the queen's face remained as still as her portrait. Barbed club. A club forged from a spike covering its length, are as vile as the Sentry itself. The Sentry thing was actually using... Yeah, 3 weapons, right? One side was using these 2 swords, and the other one was using this one, I think. Dragon Rider's halberd actually doesn't require that much strength. A highly versatile weapon that can slash, sweep, and thrust when wielded nimbly, and is also imbued with magic. Demands great skill of its wielder, and thus served to test the worthiness of those who aspire to join the Dragon Riders. That might actually be a very cool weapon to try out. It's not that much dexterity. I mean, well, it's 8 more than I have. Oh, wait a second. No, 7 more than I have. I don't know if I want to play with a halberd, though. But I always like these more unique weapons that you can get from bosses, so... Dragon Rider Twin Blade. 22 dexterity. I mean, maybe I should spec into dexterity. Would be quite cool to be able to wield these things. The only issue is that as long as I'm still sort of not using these weapons and still using the mace, leveling dexterity is nothing, like, isn't going to give me anything really, so... Twin blades are wielded with an unusual technique. This one strikes hard, but is very heavy. Very, very cool. It also has a bow. Merely drawing this bow requires inhuman strength, but each shot has deadly potential. It's not actually that inhuman strength. I mean, I guess 20 strength for a bow is quite a lot, but... The Great Shield of the Pursuer actually requires a lot more strength than the weapon. That's interesting. For those who can handle the weight of the shield, it offers resistance to curses. Oh, that's cool. Pursuer hunts down those branded by the curse. That's the same description. And the Dragon Rider Great Shield. The rank of Dragon Rider was reserved for honorable warriors who helped found Drangleic. Together with the king, they crushed its former inhabitants and erected a magnificent kingdom upon their graves. I mean, I guess I can spend the souls anyway, technically, since... well... What else am I supposed to do with it, right? But... I guess I would like to try out either the halberd or the twin blade. One of those would actually be pretty cool. They're both magic, which is interesting. I wonder if I should go for one of those. I'll have to think about that, though. I'm not going to trade that in right now.
Feeble, cursed one. Let's hope the magnificence of my spells does not deter you.
I just wonder whether or not he stays here or returns with me to Majula. And we have yet another bonfire. Guess I can check. Well, he certainly doesn't stay here, so I guess he probably returns with me to Majula. Let's see. I mean, I can't use the sword anyway at this point, so I'll find it. I mean, I guess if I missed it at this point, I want to go back to a couple of places anyway. So I think I'll probably find it at some point. Yeah, I wouldn't be able to use it anyway. So, I mean, if I haven't found it by the end of the playthrough, then, you know, then I can always look up where you or somebody else could tell me where it is.
Is that a shard you found? Here, to see luck, however faint.
Alright, upgrade Estus Flask. So Estus, yeah. Estus at this point is actually pretty strong. That's interesting. I wonder if he's here, or if I've now, like, missed him. Some of the NPCs are a bit weird in terms of how they, or when they appear at certain places. Are you commenting on the other smith?
I'd given you up for dead.
Apparently not.
So, I don't wish...
Weird.
Don't waste my time.
Doesn't seem to be here right now. I was just wondering, do I need souls for anything else right now? Not necessarily. I mean, there isn't really anything else that I might want to get. Question being if I want to upgrade other weapons or change them or whatever. I mean, I really like my mace, and I really like the fact that I have a shield, although I'm actually not using it that much. I don't know if I want to invest that much into dexterity, though. Though, I guess at certain points I already thought about it, mainly because it would also allow me to use a bow, for example, if I needed to use it at some point. 28. I mean, the Pursuer's Greatsword is also 30, right? Strength requirement. I mean, I'm not that far away from that, actually. But, I don't know. I mean, the mace The mace is kind of cool, because I've never really used a weapon like that before. But I don't really like to go with too heavy stuff, or things that like take very, very long to attack with. I mean, I could go up to 26 strength. I don't know if I want to invest those points into dexterity. It would give me 14. It would be cool if dexterity also gave you stamina. Then it would be an easy decision. The problem is dexterity doesn't increase my weapon damage at all. Almost doesn't increase. What was the requirement for the twin Dragon Rider Twin Blade or whatever it was called? 20 and 22, right? So I might try that. I don't know. I mean, I've leveled the Attunement to 10 just to be able to test out the pyromancy thing that I'm probably never going to use again. Although then again, yeah, maybe at some point I'll want to spec into other stuff, or other magic stuff as well. I mean, well, the reason why I think that it's not a big deal to invest in stuff that isn't really my main stats right now is because it feels like the game isn't really challenging at this point. I almost feel like I'm a little bit over-leveled for these areas that I'm currently in. So, this is probably going to come back to bite me later, but probably in the very next stream when I'm attempting that boss that I'm probably facing now in the Bastille. And I'm, yeah, probably going to struggle with it. Well, maybe not, but you know what? I'm just going to go for it. I either want to use, or at least try out the halberd or those twin blades. I kind of want to go for those. Let's see how they are. I mean, I can always invest in more strength as well. Wait, how much do I need for the next one? 6,031. So that would be one of these, right? No, never mind. Shit, these are the 800 ones? Wait. If I do... That should be enough, though. Well, this is annoying. I don't want to use this. That's not how I planned this to go. I don't want to talk to you. Oh, wait. I was still in a... Let me just quickly grab... I don't know. I don't want to use the the rest of those. It's actually the first area that has so many bonfires. Quite interesting that they decided to put so many there. Come here. Thank you. Wait a second. He's just chilling here. What? Aren't you bothered by those explodey things around you? Or is he controlling them somehow? No, well... I mean, technically not. He was petrified and they look the exact same as they did before.
If you seek my bigger.
He's looking for souls, huh? Oh yeah, well, obviously he is. I guess, well, if you like being surrounded by these weird exploding mummies, then sure. Yeah, I bought the cat ring fairly early on. Because I wanted to know where the big well is leading. But I pretty much quickly turned back because those areas felt like sort of later game. I guess that was true. So I'm gonna return to that once I've finished the earlier areas, or at least I kind of wanted to go in the like the way they appear here, because I consider this to be probably the sort of intended direction, I guess. Although I'm still missing a little bit of stuff in both the forest and Heights Tower, so I'm gonna go back there at some point anyway. But yeah, I'm gonna finish the Bastille and then probably go to whatever this area is. And I was in here for just a tiny bit. I mean, I guess I got one of the Estus Flask shards from the Grave of Saints, I think. I think so? I think I found that one. Because you can only buy one, right? You can buy one from the old woman. I found one in the Lost Bastille. And then I had another one, which I think came from here somewhere. When you jump down the well. I think I had 3 at this point. Or did I have 4? But yeah, I might have found them there, I think. The second bonfire? This one, right? The Cardinal Tower? Jump? Is there a jump somewhere? I don't know. To be honest, I probably haven't done that. Or I haven't found it. I mean, there's still like a metal door that I wasn't able to open. So that's why I plan to go back there. I wonder if I should actually already trade the souls for the weapon that I want. Doesn't really matter. I'll just be level dexterity for now. It'll be fine. And then there's probably a bunch of stuff that I have to do next time. A fire longsword? I mean, I jumped down there, yes. I don't know, was there a branch of Yor there? I mean, the fire longsword is where that, in that weird cave, right? Where the fire salamander is targeting you with the fire bombs that he spits out. I got the sword from there. But was there somewhere where... I mean, I just jumped down there normally, I think, without the cat ring. Unless there's some other place that I haven't seen. Right, above the fire salamander, there's a couple of items that I still haven't gotten because I wasn't really sure how to get there. I thought it was behind another door somewhere, because there's still 2 doors actually there that I wasn't able to open. So yeah, I'm definitely planning on returning there at some point once I figure out how that works. Or I guess, I mean, there's also that door still with the not fire, but sun symbol that I haven't been able to open. So I guess there's going to be other stuff as well. But I need a place to jump off from, don't I? I guess... Is there one? I mean, I'll go back there at some point anyway. I wonder if there... Isn't it just on the other side? I guess... Yeah, I'm gonna return there at some point anyway. At this point, or rather the next things that I want to do will probably first to fight the boss in the Bastille. Definitely want to do that next. And then, was there something that I was still missing in the Bastille as well? I feel like I missed some sort of door. There were definitely a couple of doors that I wasn't able to unlock. But none of them actually led somewhere, right? Definitely need to check that out, though. I definitely also want to defeat the other pursuer that despawned twice and killed me once in the first courtyard down there in the Bastille. And yeah, I guess then it's I want to check out what else there is beyond what I assume is the boss area, beyond the fog gate. So it's going to be interesting. And then, well, it sort of depends, right? If this makes sense for me to go back to Heights Tower, probably not. So I might then just continue on with the next level. So many stuff still left to do. I mean, that's probably something that I'll do later. I mean, I know there's a bunch of stuff that I missed in the forest. All kinds of items that I saw and didn't know how to get to, so I'll go back there later on as well. But as long as I have new stuff to look at, that's also interesting. Although I'd have to keep in mind... So, now I unpetrified the sorcerer, meaning that I'm still missing 2 branches. I still need to unpetrify one of the statues in the Bastille, and I need to unpetrify the lady that's holding the lever back here. Yeah. Oh my god, it's actually later than I wanted it to be. Streamed a bit longer than I originally planned, but whatever. It was a lot of fun. It's just always, I kind of want to fight the boss now, but I'm definitely not going to do that. I'm going to need to get up pretty early tomorrow, so I would be tired as hell. So yeah, that's going to be it for now. I don't know what I'm going to be doing, well, technically today already, since it's Tuesday now. I originally planned to stream again, or to stream Dark Souls again on Wednesday and Thursday, but my raid group in 14 now postponed our raid from today to... So from Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, we're now raiding Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. So I might switch that around and stream Dark Souls tomorrow. Although there's still also tons of weeklies to do as well. Guess I'll have to see. Can't really promise that right now. But I definitely want to continue with a couple more streams this week. Probably 2. Either today and tomorrow, or tomorrow and Thursday. So yeah, up until that point, this is going to be it for now. I hope you have a great rest of your night, or evening, morning, day, wherever you are. And I hope I'll see you on the next one. Until then, have a good one. Bye bye.